is the Big O Show. This 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 is the Big O Show.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys?
Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmiths in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business, car key replacements, and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
For over 16 years, EJDConstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDConstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDConstruction.com.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Hey, hope all is well. Yeah, I like it. We walked on this morning with the little walk-ons billboard. I like it. We'll be there on Saturday, 10:30. I know Sean is dying to try the food because he was not at the restaurant this week, but this last week, that is, this Saturday he will be there. You're ready, right? You're ready? Yeah, he's ready for a little Louisiana cooking there at Walk-Ons. Anyway, good morning. Hope you all are doing well. It's a Wednesday. It's a hump day. A lot of stuff going on. We're making our way to the Vikings on Sunday. We've got and Vatech on Saturday. We'll have the pregame show at 10:30 for you. Next Monday, we've got Inter Miami playoff action as they take on NYCFC. Tonight, we got the Heat taking on the Pelicans. Tomorrow, the Panthers open up against the Islanders. I mean, come on, man. This is a lot of fun. We got a lot of sports going on. We got all our teams in action. You know, everything may not be perfect right now, but, you know, you got to hang in there and hopefully, you know, things will start to turn around. So it's a good thing. And as always, here at the top of the hour, we're going to have Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan with a hardcore hour of basketball. So they'll talk a lot of NBA and a lot of Miami Heat as the Heat get ready for the new season. And we're now excited about Jamal Kane, as it looks like they found one. Nikola Jovic is actually playing really well here in the preseason. I'm actually looking forward to tonight's I think this is the preseason finale, if I'm correct. I think they're done after this, and then the regular season game, right? I'm right, Sean? I think so, right? This is the last one. Yeah, we're gonna be going out to games and covering some of the games, and we'll be out there and going in the locker rooms and all that kind of good stuff. So look for a lot of that stuff also going on this season, as we are going to be a little bit more active in those areas like we have been with the Miami Dolphins. So looking forward to that. So I just, it's a lot of fun, man. It is a lot of fun to see what's going on. By the way, in today's world, we lack creativity, and there's a lot of laziness that goes on in today's world. You know, like in my business, you'll see people repeat segments and all that because obviously they're too lazy to create more content and things like that. And you look in movies or in television, what are they doing? They're repeating everything. Let's redo Hawaii Five-0. Let's redo MacGyver. Let's recreate Pelham 1, 2, 3. This, that. Why? Because they have no creativity. And because they have no creativity, they're starting to repeat all of these shows, you know? So it's like you can't do it. You can't come up with anything new, right? So you'll come up with whatever movie, and it's just a repeat from something else because you have zero creativity. Man, it has reached newspapers. It is so bad for newspapers. You open the Herald today, and there's an Edwin Pope article. And I love Edwin Pope, man. He is the man. I mean, that was must-read content when we were young. You went to go grab the paper because you wanted to see what Edwin Pope had to say. And I get it, but it means nothing to somebody now. That meant the world to me back then. But I'm not sure why the Herald is doing that now, and I get it. Content. You have no space. You don't have enough reporters anymore. It's really bad, man. Things are bad. I mean, it's like it's getting to the point where the business is disappearing. There's going to be very few things left media-wise. It's all these entities are just running out of money. They're running out of content. They're, thank the Lord that the Herald has Barry Jackson, who can cover like 8 sports at the same time. Sean, send him links there. I think I might have screwed up there. Send Kurt and Ira a link there, por favor. So, to me, that's the amazing part about this. I saw the Edwin Pope article and I was like, holy crap. Really? I read it, by the way. But while I'm reading it, I'm going, and I did it just to kind of reminisce a little bit, because God, who doesn't, those of us that are my age or older, we love Edwin Pope. I mean, and I got to know Edwin Pope. So that was a special for me when I got into this business. I got to meet the guy and then, talk to him every once in a while at games and stuff. And he was very kind to me. But I'm looking at it, I'm going, I got to be honest. It does. Why would anybody young want to be reading about what happened, 20, 40 years ago? Yes, sir.
Can you send me Kurt's email real quick?
You got it. It just, to me, it's just one of those where, wow, man, it's just, I thought it was funny because it's funny and it's sad in every way possible. That's the thing. It's funny and it's sad because it's the reality of where our business is going. You know what I mean? Look at QAM. All they're doing is running out of money. They keep firing people, and they'll keep firing people. It's only a matter of time. Everybody that works there, they have to know it's only a matter of time before you get fired, unfortunately, because they just don't have the money. It's I just saw that and I was like, damn, dude, really? You're reprinting Edwin Pope articles. Wow. Our business is hurting big time. Like, you have no way of lifting this whole thing. And I've said this before, and I'll say it again. They ruined it already. Now they probably don't have the budget anymore to do it. But the Sun Sentinel, when they were doing their TV radio thing, their TV thing, they had it. That was it. They had to endure, the crap is what they had to do early on, but eventually they would have been ahead of the curve. And now with the caving in of QAM, they would have been in the catbird seat, controlling a lot of the sports and definitely the news. But now you're done. I'm telling you, I've said this before. If there is anybody out there that has money locally and wants to build a digital sports station, they have the opportunity of a lifetime right now. It's what I wanted to do with Onside. But it's just, wow, the way this business is going is just absolutely crazy. So, it's just one of those deals where we'll see. MacGyver 3.0 as transgender. The world is upside down. They are still hating. They just switched from he can't play to he can't stay healthy. Oh, you're talking about Tua. Yeah. No, of course. The Tua haters, they were already proven wrong, like, badly. So now they got to go to the injury stuff. Yeah, that's kind of their MO now, By the way, as we get ready to bring the guys on and they get ready for a little inside the paint, I saw that Ben Simmons is in rare form right now. I don't know if anybody saw this, but the Nets had a workout. Let me make sure. Can you see it all there? Yeah. Okay, good. So the Nets had a workout, an open workout outside for the fans. And, you know, it's nice to see that Ben Simmons has been working on that jump. Yeah. Working on that jump. Come on, Ben. Show us one more time. Yeah, he's up. Yeah. I'm sorry. Look at that. Send it to Kurt. I don't know what the hell's going on. Kurt's got the damn link. What the hell's wrong with Kurt? Where is he? There is Kurt Heelan. You got link. He sent it to him. Look at Pirate. Ira?
I'm here. I'm here.
You don't have his mic on or something?
I'm here.
He's not ready yet?
Oh, Ira's good.
Are they ready yet?
Ira's good.
Yes.
Oh, Ira is
Yes.
good.
I don't hear anything now. Is there something
Ira, you're
going on
good.
with
You're
sound?
good.
I'm here.
I'm
Hello,
bringing you in.
Orlando. How are you?
My sound?
I can
Yeah.
hear everyone.
I hear you, Ira. You hear me?
Sean, I can hear you. And if you want me to start the show without
I don't know
Kurt
what's
ahead of
going
time,
on.
I can do that also. I see Kurt is here. So now we
I'm
just
here.
have to
I hear
throw in the
everybody.
loop.
It's
I'm here. I can hear
Orlando.
everybody.
Okay.
Orlando.
So you know what, Sean?
So
Why do
you
we
guys-
do this? Why do we
You
go
guys
to
can hear
commercial
me,
and I'll
but
just
I
start
can't
the
hear
show
anything.
cold?
Yeah. Oh, you can't hear anything. All right. Yeah.
All right, how about
Ira-
this?
Oh.
Let's start it off. Let's start off the Red Recover Inside the Paint Show because
Go
I
ahead,
have
Ira.
no idea
There
what's
we go.
going on. I can't hear a damn thing. Everybody's talking over everybody. Let's go. Go for it. Red Recover Inside the Paint Show. Next.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. NBA fans, it's time for the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with our medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Use code BIG-O to get a 10% discount. Let's hit the hardwood with some of the best insiders in the NBA. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan.
Well, I guess this is what they call a cold open. So on a not so cold, at least down here in South Florida, Wednesday morning, I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun Sentinel. And he too, I guess on the screen here, my left is Kurt Heelan from NBCSports.com and Pro Basketball Talk. And well, it's getting real. We're getting rid of the games that aren't real. And a week from today, or a week from tonight, we'll have the Miami Heat season opener against the Chicago Bulls. So we're sort of getting through the last of the preseason games. The Heat play tonight against the New Orleans Pelicans here at FTX Arena. A week from tonight, FTX Arena, the Chicago Bulls. Kurt, do you feel we know where the league is right now? Or do you feel maybe this last week between the final exhibitions and the start of the regular season is when teams sort of go back to their secret caves and sort of put everything together? And the reason I'm asking that is I still don't know the Heat starting lineup. I still don't know who's at power forward. I still don't know who's starting at shooting guard. And out there in LA with your Lakers, I think it's sort of the same thing with the lineup. We sort of don't really know the direction. We've heard Anthony Davis at center. So My question, I guess, to start today's show is, how close are we to really knowing what the real NBA is? And someone like you, who at Pro Basketball Talk is doing his league ratings already, how much clarity do you think we already have 1 week out from the start of the season?
Yeah, not that much. I think a lot of teams, what you see in the last couple of preseason games is much more real, isn't it? Like, that's usually when, even if they're not going with the coaches aren't going to go with the full 48-minute rotations, but you're going to see the starters. I was watching last night, Orlando and Memphis, and John Morant's out there at the end of the game. Like it was, they lost, but it was like genuine basketball.
Yes, I think
you're starting to get that. I think you're going to see that. I was curious. I was going to ask you, have they announced who's starting in the next preseason game? Because I think this is where you find out what the coach is really thinking, that he wants to get usually a game or two under his belt with something at least for a half assimilating a regular rotation before they get into it.
Yeah, Kurt, it's really interesting. And by the way, we're here on the redrecover.com Inside the Paint Show. We're here 9 a.m. Eastern, or as Kurt likes to call it, 6 a.m. Pacific every Wednesday. And we were discussing this yesterday at Heat practice at FTX Arena. The Heat have yet to have a true dress rehearsal. I mean, the home first exhibition game, everyone went light minutes. Since then, guys have been out. The last preseason game, no, even though it was at home, usually you play your guys at home. No Bam, no Jimmy, no Kyle. And I just have this sneaking suspicion, knowing Eric Spoelstra, a coach who doesn't tell you his starting lineup 30 minutes before the game, that there's no way we're going to get a starting lineup a week out ahead of time. Two things. I think it keeps his players on edge. No one knows that anything is a given, whether it's at power forward, Caleb Martin, Haywood Highsmith, Nikola Jovic, Jimmy Butler against his will. Tyler Hero doesn't know if he's being given or gifted the starting role at shooting guard. I almost think it's this, and just follow me in this, Kurt, and I'd like to get your thoughts on this. I know you speak to a lot of coaches out there at the former Staples Center, Crypto.com arena now out there in LA. I almost think that Eric Spoelstra doesn't want to tip his hand for this reason. The Heat play 3 games in the first 4 nights of the season. A week from today against Chicago, they have a day off. Then they have home games against Boston, national television, and Toronto. I don't think he wants other teams to be able to game plan for the Heat. Are they going to have a stretch 4 out there? Are they going to have an extra defender on the court? Are they going to have Max Strus's three-point shooting or Tyler Hero's drive and kick game a little bit more? So my thought is almost this. The Heat have been practicing like crazy people. They have had 2 days off since the start of training camp. The day after they got back from the Bahamas, and the day on Saturday when the team flew overnight back from Memphis in a back-to-back. Otherwise, they not only could have practice every single day, but they're still holding game day shoot-arounds. They had a practice yesterday. There's a shoot-around this morning at FTX Arena. I almost think Eric Spoelstra is trying to do everything in private and get everything in order and then spring it on the league. And I remember when we were in a playoff series a few years ago against the Charlotte Hornets, Steve Clifford was in his first go-round there. And we asked him about his starting lineup. We usually talk to coaches about 90 minutes before the start of the game. And he gave his starting lineup. And someone asked him, why do you do that while other coaches won't tell us? And he goes, because I find it hard to believe that an opposing team would completely change their game plan 90 minutes before the game based on what I say about my lineup. And yet, Kurt, you've seen almost the opposite.
Yeah.
Show me these coaches. Won't say you who's not playing. Won't say who's inactive until the hour before they're required. Won't tell you their starting lineup. Kurt, in the years and decades that you've been doing this, do you think there is a competitive advantage for Eric Spoelstra not saying until next week at 7:30 p.m. against the Chicago Bulls who his starting power forward is and who his starting shooting guard is?
Not a big one, no, because even in a world where, an injury happens and you're trying to kind of hide the replacement and be a little sneaky mid-season, they already know. You just laid it out. If you're the Bulls right now, if you're Billy Donovan and you're just looking ahead to playing the Heat opening night, you kind of know. Maybe they go with Struth, maybe they go with Tyler Hero, but we've got game plans for both. Probably Caleb Martin, but if it's somebody else, there's no secrets. There's no hidden thing here. I don't know who they're going to start. Their whole 5 could be different. They could put out a big lineup or a small lineup. No, you kind of know. You kind of know who teams are and what they want to do. And I don't think it's this big competitive advantage. I think there's moments, and I get it in the playoffs, especially if you were going to hey, we're going to spring a switch. Like, I get it in those moments, but over the course of 82, and you know this as well as I do, Ira, and I don't know if fans get it, especially during football season where you really make major adjustments week to week based on who you're playing. And the NBA just doesn't do that. You kind of, during the regular season, you kind of are who you are. You tweak your game plan slightly, but you don't make these major game-to-game adjustments.
And again, regular season is so different. In the playoffs, you're looking at one style and you're saying, okay, the Heat are going to play 5 out, or they're going to play four 3-point shooters. We have to adjust our defense. Maybe can't go zone as much, or they're going to go 2 bigs. We might have to start a bigger power forward to offset that. Like when you go against the Timberwolves or against the Boston Celtics. I think in regular season, you play your game. You are who you are, because you can't turn it. You can't be one style on Wednesday, one style on Friday, one style on Saturday. The games come too quickly. They're 3 or 4 a week. They're different opposing styles. You have to be true to who you are. If you really think you are who you are as a contender, then I think you play your style and you make another team match up to you, I would think. That being the case, Kurt, I'm going to ask you, because even though some people, I think John Hollinger just came out and predicted the Lakers for a 9th place finish in the West, the Lakers are doing sort of what the Heat are doing also. We don't know where they're going on their starting center, whether it's Thomas Bryant, whether it's Anthony Davis, who doesn't like to play center, and how they're going to round out their lineup. Do you see this across the league, Kurt, as teams still a week out not finding or saying who they are? Or is it just a matter of we're so positionless in today's NBA and we're not filling each of the 5 separate boxes that coaches feel more familiar sort of just grabbing and reaching as the season goes on?
I think it's more, I think coaches tend to know. I think there's the exception, and the Lakers might be one of them this year. I think there's always a team or two where you're like, look, in the Lakers case, to be simple about it, since you brought them up, they're best when Anthony Davis is center. That is their very best lineup. He doesn't like it. So do you just start with something else and close? You're going to close with Anthony Davis at the 5, again, unless you're playing one of the really big teams, Minnesota or whoever. I think that there's a couple of teams out there. I think there's a legitimate question in Brooklyn, whether it's going to be Royce O'Neal or Joe Harris as the 5th starter out there, or do you want the defense or do you want the pure shooting? Like, what are you going to roll with? I think there's a few of those, but they, again, are the exception. And by the way, you mentioned it. The best teams also can play multiple styles. Eric Spoelstra is going to roll all those lineups out over the course of the season, right? Like, hey, I'm going to play. I want to see what all these combos look like. I've got to put my big lineup out for 500 minutes this year. Like, I've got to get, or 400 minutes. Like, I've got to get them run as a group so we can see what works and doesn't work. Like, the best coaches still do that, even if they're picking their spots with it, just because what you can't get to is getting to the playoffs and saying, yeah, what we've got to do is start playing zone. Well, crap, we haven't played zone all year. Like, you got to roll some of this stuff out.
Yeah, it's just, I just think we're going to sort of get a feeling out by teams of who they are or what they are. And so let's bring it back to the Heat. We know since we've started doing our RedRecover.com Inside the Paint shows in the preseason, in some form that Bam Adebayo, Jimmy Butler, and Kyle Lowry are starting. We know that. The question becomes, Tyler Hero, especially now with the $120 million guaranteed over 4 years extension that kicks in next year, maybe as much as $130. Kurt, I want to ask you sort of off of your experience, and I'll tell you off of mine. If a player gets that much money and a coach says it's a meritocracy and we will play our best players the biggest minutes, is that always the case? Because my thought is, if you just said your player is worth $130 million, you damn well better start him, or else you have really 5 guys who are that much better than that guy in the first place. Do you see there's any way the Heat don't start Tyler Hero?
No, not after that contract. And you hit the nail on the head. You just paid him. We discussed this last week on the Inside the Paint Red Recover show. You didn't just pay him. You paid him to be your 3rd best player. You paid him good money, even in a declining cap or fast rising cap, like where his percentage of the cap goes down. You just paid him $30 million a year.
Yes.
You expect him to not only start, but finish and be a key contributor over the course of this deal. This is the Tyler Hero case, unlike some other contracts that are out there, the Draymond Green contract extension discussion or whatever. You're paying him for future. You're not paying him for his past performance. You are paying him for what you think he can be. So you want him to get out there and do that. So yeah, to me, every coach says it's a meritocracy. I believe it more with the Heat. Like, I think if the hero thing didn't work, they would bench him faster than other teams. Other teams would ride this out, like, because the GM doesn't want to admit a mistake. I think if it proves to be a mistake and he's just a bench guy, I mean, not just a bench guy, he's 6th man of the year, but if he's better in that role, they'll go to it faster than other teams would.
Well, and here's where I want to get to. There's another player who's due an extension. We're really within a week of that deadline right now on the 17th, and that's Jordan Poole with the Golden State Warriors. And if you line up Jordan Poole's numbers and Tyler Hero's numbers, they're very close. Now, one was drafted in the middle of the first round in Tyler Hero, one at the end of the first round in Jordan Poole. But if you get past where they were drafted, because that only impacts the rookie scale, not the extension scale. And yet, Kurt, I think you'd agree with this, just to get a quick answer from you. Even if Jordan Poole is extended, is he necessarily guaranteed to be a starter?
No, I think far less, just because that team is so deep.
And that's what I wanted to get to for this reason. The Warriors will play their players at the best places to make their team the best team. They know they already have the scoring and shooting out there of Steph Curry, of Klay Thompson, of Andrew Wiggins, the facilitating of Draymond Green. Now that he's back, we'll talk about that in a few minutes. And traditionally, they have found they are better with a big, whether it's Kevon Looney or another big man.
Right.
So Jordan Poole could very well get similar, if not the same numbers as Tyler Hero, and not start. And what I wanted to get to here, and I will get to the chat board, folks. So if you're on YouTube and you want to drop a comment in there, I will get to those. I'm not sure it's in the Heat's best interest to start Tyler for this reason. Tyler Hero is best with the ball in his hands. I think we all agree with that. Tyler Hero is best when he creates for himself, not that he can't create for others. But in the starting lineup, we've already discussed here on the Inside the Paint show, redrecover.com, about how Bam Adebayo is going to take more shots. We've discussed how Jimmy Butler has to get the ball because he's Jimmy freaking Butler. And we know that Kyle Lowry is a hands-on point guard who's going to be running the offense. My thought is, I'm not sure you can see the best Tyler Hero by seeing Tyler Hero in the starting lineup. I say that with one caveat. You can cycle through quick enough. Take Kyle Lowry out 4 minutes into the game, older player, 36 anyway. Move Tyler to point guard. The ball is in his hands and play through it that way. But let me just ask you this, Kurt. If I'm going with the starting lineup, but just for argument's sake, I'm going to put Caleb Martin at the 4 just for this example, for this exercise. So if I bam Caleb Martin, Jimmy Butler, and Kyle Lowry, am I getting the best version of Tyler Hero in that starting quintet?
I think you do limit him slightly. He still can catch and shoot is the thing. Like, I think he still brings what you would get with anyone else, with Strus, obviously. But I think you hit the nail on the head. What you can do is keep him out there with that second unit. Whether you take him off and bring him back or whatever, you can roll him in with that second unit pretty quickly, and have him out there with that group, because clearly that was very successful last year. That bench unit with him was fantastic. So you don't necessarily want to break that up, even if you move him into a starting role.
Yeah, and again, so I think that's why we haven't necessarily seen Eric Spoelstra show his hand, because I think he has several different hands to play, several different rotations to work through. Look, I'm going to be honest. This is not the NFL during camp when people see the entire practice. This is not some other sports, hockey. I've been out there. You can watch the morning skate. You can watch the entire practice. We basically watch players shoot free throws after practice. These teams keep everything under wraps. They keep things under wraps to the degree that when the Draymond Green video got out, which was part of a practice, that's part of a practice no one ever sees. So we don't know if there's other fights or other incidents there because we don't get to see that. Right, Kurt?
Yeah, it's, in fact, as you see the player reaction to it, which was like part of their private sanctuary got made public and released. And that was, I mean, part of the reaction there was the sense that, hey, this was something internal that got public, that went public because it got, because TMZ paid for it, let's be honest. But their reaction was violated, might be too strong a word, but they feel like their sanctuary was stepped into, that was something
was
private,
violated. I think that's a good word. They felt violated, that their privacy was impacted that way. And the reason I bring that up is this. When we asked Eric Spoelstra the question after practice yesterday, do you think you need a dress rehearsal? Again, tonight, New Orleans Pelicans, 7:30 p.m., FTX Arena is the Heat's final exhibition. He slyly goes to us, how do you know we haven't had our dress rehearsal already? And I think what they're doing in practice, they've seen every combination. They've seen Tyler with the starters, Tyler with the reserves, a shooter with the starters, either Max Strus or Duncan Robinson, a defender with the starters, a couple of big bigs, Jovic and Bam, maybe Yurtseven and Bam. They've played through all of that. They've had their analytics guys out there. The amount of people on a team staff who watch practice and chart every single play. They have all the internal analytics. And again, like I said to Kurt at the top of our redrecover.com Inside the Paint, I'm not so sure that the Heat haven't already decided what they're going to do, and they're not going to tell us. After the first break, and that'll be in a couple of minutes, I talked to Kurt last night, texted him about, I want to go over the East and see where he thinks the Heat rank in the East and do the hierarchy. But I do want to get to the story of the day, since we're also national here on redrecover.com Inside the Paint. Steve Kerr comes out last night and says, Draymond Green, we're done. He got a fine. He's not going to miss any time. He's welcome back. Kurt, we saw the reaction across the board. We saw some former players feel, I use that word, that their teammates were violated. Yeah. Isn't this just a case, Kurt, of if you're a star, you can get away with just about anything in today's NBA and maybe to a bigger degree, today's sports world?
A little bit of that, and I think a little bit of this was, and they had said this from the start, this was an internal decision from them. This was something that the players were driving. They needed some space. Once they got that space, I think the word Kerr used more than once was equity. Draymond Green has 4 championships of equity that they don't have without him. For all, we can argue that he might have more, in 2016 had he not kicked LeBron. Like, we could go through, things, the litany of mistakes, but they also don't win without him. And I think ultimately, if Jordan Poole and the team leaders in that locker room, Steph Curry, Andre Iguodala, if they could move on as a team, they were. I know that Kerr brought up Kevon Looney as a key part of this. If they were ready to move on, then the team was going to follow that lead, because they're still, for all his flaws and depreciating game, they're just better. Draymond, that final game against Boston, when Draymond was everywhere, he's still a phenomenal player for stretches.
Yeah, no, I agree. I wanted to touch on that. It doesn't matter to the Heat as much, but it just shows you how much star power matters.
Yes.
By the way, again, I see a bunch of questions coming in on the YouTube chat board, which is good. I get to see it. Kurt doesn't. So I'll just surprise him by asking him questions out of the blue. That'll be after the break. We're also going to come back and discuss a little bit of where the Heat are going this season and give you our brief Eastern Conference playoff preview. All that and more coming up next on redrecover.com Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the redrecover.com Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. redrecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment, anywhere you go. Use the code BIG-O to get a 10% discount.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
Red Recover now offers a simple-to-use, professional-grade light therapy device designed to help your dog heal and live a healthier life. Red Recover emits red and infrared light therapy based on the same science that NASA developed, all in a soft, flexible housing pad powered by a convenient, rechargeable lithium-ion battery. Say yes to science and give your dog the care it deserves with Red Recover.
Welcome back to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code Big O to receive 10% off your order. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan.
And we're back on our weekly 9 a.m. Wednesday, RedRecover.com Inside the Paint. I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun-Sentinel. He's Kurt Heelan out in L.A. from NBCSports.com and Pro Basketball Talk. We're going to get a little bit into our Eastern Conference preview because a week from today, it starts from the Heat, and it starts in the Eastern Conference against the Chicago Bulls. I want to go to the YouTube chat board real quick just to make sure everyone let you know we are watching. Chase One goes, Heat, baby, let's go. Okay, let's go, Heat. C Dollar says the return of the Dunkster. We'll get to that a second on Duncan Robinson. Chase One comes back with our discussion from the previous segment and goes, Tyler Hero would have to be the most expensive sixth man of all time. Kurt, is sixth man important enough in today's NBA that you can consider it one of the prime positions, or is that a stretch when only five play at the time?
No, I don't think so. I think if you have one of the really good ones, and by the way, we talked about Jordan Poole earlier. There's a whole lot of people around the league that think Tyler's got a higher ceiling. Jordan Poole is ultimately going to be your Lou Williams, Jamal Crawford, Tyler Hero style sixth man. Like this guy. Hey, how much did Vinny the Microwave help the bad boy Pistons back in the day? Like it is a huge role if you've got an elite person in it. When the Clippers were really good, the Lou Williams, Montrezl Harrell second unit that's how they beat a bunch of teams. Like the starters would be out there. I don't think it's that crazy if it's a really elite player, which Hero, reigning sixth man of the year, then qualifies.
I just want to also bring up to people, Tyler Hero's extension does not start this season. He's a nice little $5.7 million player, and I still always can't get over how I throw numbers out as if there's small numbers there. But he's relatively on a small contract, and the Heat also designed this. So Tyler Hero will start his 4-year extension the final year of Kyle Lowry's contract. So there might be 1 year of crossover, but there's a chance Tyler Hero could be the Heat's next point guard, especially if he gets more reps at point guard backing up Kyle Lowry this season. So I think we have to keep an eye on that. Here's an interesting one. Terry asks, Ira, do you think there's a chance the Heat keep Duncan Robinson for the whole season or trade him before the deadline? I want to turn that question around, Terry, like I do in a lot of my Ask Ira at Sun Sentinel, and make it my own question. Kurt, I want to ask you this. Duncan Robinson has been very good during the preseason. He had a very good game in Brooklyn last week against the Nets, 29 points, followed it up with a strong effort to get off the bench in Memphis, had a very good game the other day coming home for the Heat's preseason game on Monday. How much do you think teams also try to showcase players at this time of year that maybe a guy like Heat fans are going, wait, Duncan's playing this year? How much do you think also as part of it is trying to show people, hey, this isn't a bad contract, and this is a shooter that your team could use?
To be fair to Duncan, I think he has taken a step forward, at least from what I've seen, and you've been closer to it. He seems to have rounded out his game a little. That said, they're showcasing him. We've talked about it in the first segment of the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint show. The Heat lineup hasn't been set, right? We haven't really seen what it's going to look like yet. So here's our chance to get him out there with some good players, but also get him a lot of opportunities to do exactly what you said.
Yeah,
hey, build his confidence, but show him off.
I find this all very curious. Now, again, he's played well. So again, maybe he just plays well and he is who the Heat thought he was. But it's interesting because they also have Max Strus, who's an impending free agent after the season. They're going to have to choose because Max is going to get paid somewhere by someone, where right now you have this tradable asset and a Duncan Robinson contract. So I'll be curious to see how much Duncan Robinson plays tonight also against the Pelicans in the Heat's preseason finale. But I think there's layers to that also. C Dollar chimes in here and he says, I'd like to see Jimmy and Bam's 3-point percentage go up. Is that unreasonable? Kurt, there's one thing I'm sort of fascinated by. That everyone thinks that everyone has to shoot three-pointers, that you almost can't be in our league unless you're a three-point shooter. But yet no one asks the point guards to dunk, or no one asks guys who are regular shooters to get to the foul line like Jimmy Butler does. Is there a danger in trying to make players, one, something they aren't, and two, have them do less of what they do best? this notion of you have to shoot more threes. An older player like LeBron James taking his game outside, I have no issue with. But are we sort of over caught up with everyone has to do this? Almost like in baseball, it's saying everyone has to hit for power. Everyone has to be Aaron Judge. Do you think that's a stretch? And do you think maybe we're taking players out of what they do best by telling them to take their game outside?
I think what Eric Spoelstra has long done well, and the best coaches have done it. And by the way, beyond this, we've seen with Belichick in football, like, hey man, this is what you're good at. I'm going to design stuff so you do what you do well, right? Like, I'm not going to take you out of your role. Now, if you can expand your game, is it really helpful for the Sixers that Joel Embiid can step out and knock down a three and you have to respect him out there? Yes, that opens up a lot of driving lanes for Maxey. It's a huge help. You would like your bigs to be able to space the floor, which I think you've still got to cover Bam in the mid-range. He doesn't just score in the box. Like, you've got to, but I don't think I think you can go so far, you can square peg round hole the thing, can't you? Just take guys away from what they do best. Like, yes. At the end of the day, play to your strengths.
And here's the other point of that. We talk about spacing. And the reason you want guys to shoot threes is to space the floor. And I want to give you an example here, Kurt. The other day, and the NBA world was buzzing about it, Andre Drummond was 3 of 3 on three-pointers for the Chicago Bulls' new team coming in to play the Heat next week. But when it comes to spacing, Kurt Heelan, I've just made you coach of Team X, okay? And you're playing Andre Drummond, and he's coming in off a 3 for 3 preseason three-point game. Are you telling your players to go out to the three-point line and cover Andre Drummond?
Absolutely not. If Andre Drummond beats me from the three-point line, so be it, man. It's the NBA. Everybody's good. You've got to give something up. Now, you're not going to let him totally set his feet and get a look. You and I have been there. Anybody who goes to a Heat game, if you get there early for warm-ups, if you leave an NBA player open from three, pretty much all of them shoot a really good percentage.
And we see that. Yeah, we see that. You're absolutely right. We see that pregame, and it was interesting before the season. Guys were saying, "I'm shooting 80." Omar Yurtseven said he's shooting 80% on threes in practice. They charted. Bam Adebayo said he's shooting 70% threes. The one thing people don't understand is NBA closeout speed. And unless you have that quick release like a Steph Curry, the shots where you have that elongated release when you're left wide open, like an Andre Drummond will be, you have a better chance to make it. In game conditions, not in the preseason, it's different. So my thought is this. If Andre Drummond starts next week against the Heat 1 of 1 on threes, let him shoot. 2 for 2 for threes, let him shoot. Even 3 for 3 for this reason. Every shot from the perimeter that Andre Drummond takes is a shot that DeMar DeRozan isn't taking, is a shot that Zach LaVine isn't taking. And it still gets you to do what your scouting report says. Don't let Zach LaVine beat you. Don't let DeMar DeRozan beat you from the mid-range. You'll live with the one off. So I think that's a stretch, and I almost get the same feeling that if Bam were to go out there, the opposing team would go, this works out pretty well. Bam is switching 1 through 5 on defense, so he's on the perimeter guarding our point guard, and now Bam's going to stand in the corner, so the Heat's biggest player, best rebounder, is not going to be in the paint on both ends. Hey, I'm all for that. So I think the asking Jimmy and Bam to shoot threes is misguided. If you want more three-point shooting, play more three-point shooters. Maybe you start Max Strus instead of a Tyler Hero. Maybe Caleb Martin comes back to the three-point shooting that he had in Charlotte 2 seasons. I just don't think you can force the issue. So I think that's part of it. Terry chimes in here and asks, and I don't know how much you've seen of him, Kurt, but is Jamal Kane going to be a rotation player?
I love that story. I've watched enough Heat that I love the stories of the guys who are on the Exhibit 10s, which is for people who don't know, that's a G League contract, right? That's hey, you're coming to camp, then you're going to the G League, and we'll pay you $50,000 extra to do it. And he plays so well, you're like, man, we gotta put him on. In their case, a two-way. I don't know if he's going to crack the rotation though. Is he, Ira?
Oh no! I love what he's doing, and he's playing the wrong position. And I give the Heat credit for giving him a two-way to keep him in the realm. But let's go through the Heat perimeter rotation right now. If you're starting Jimmy and Kyle Lowry, and you're also going to play Tyler Hero and Victor Oladipo, and you also have Max Strus and Duncan Robinson, you're not going to take this unknown and throw him right in there. Now, some teams who aren't positionalists would say, wait, we need power forwards. We'll keep Darius Days. We'll go out and get another power forward. Jamal Kane's a down-the-road guy, break open in case of emergency. Jimmy Butler told us yesterday, hey, COVID hasn't gone away. I remember last December, you might have remembered the Heat couldn't play a game when they were in San Antonio because they didn't have enough. So there will be pockets of the season. Again, a two-way contract, you can play a maximum of 50 games during the season. They will spot Jamal Kane. He will be a down-the-road guy. I thought they should have given him a standard contract to give him multiple years, not worry about free agency. I think you enjoy the moments with players, and you understand it takes time. As Eric Spoelstra said, Rodney Magruder knocked on the door 3 times before he got in with the Heat. Tyler Johnson, let's get past the contract, was cut by the Heat during the preseason, came back and had his time. So that's all going to happen down the road. I don't think immediately. As Big O reminds us, by the way, if you're chiming in on YouTube, anywhere else, you got to smash the like buttons. If you break your computer, Orlando will buy you a new one. So smash any like buttons that you can. Let's keep the Big O happy, and we'll go from there. Another question coming in from Terry is, what do you think about the loss of PJ Tucker and how it impacts the Heat? The one thing I'll say about the Heat is the Heat have moved on. And if you even ask them about PJ Tucker right now, they'll say, hey, that's a July story. That happened, right or wrong. We're going to move forward anyway. And I think that's the attitude you have to take. And again, folks, you're talking about a 38-year-old player. If the worst thing the Heat did was let a 38-year-old player walk for a 3-year guaranteed $32 million contract, then their front office is doing a pretty damn good job. Yes, he was your starting power forward. Yes, he fell off during the playoffs. But Kurt, do you think that's going to be something circling the Heat? And maybe you disagree. The entire season letting PJ walk, or do you think they move on from that?
I think first off, you're right about the attitude has got to be in the locker room. Like, hey, we're past that. We've got to move on to whatever. I don't think that's an 82-game problem, but if they don't find the right 4, whether that's Caleb Martin or somebody from the outside or whatever it is, it's a 16-game problem. It's more exploitable, and I know he struggled in the postseason last year, but PJ Tucker switchable defensively. You had to cover him in the corners. Like, he brought something to the table. That is why he got paid 3 years this time, was that we're hoping the first year or 2 of that is still good and valuable. Right. You've got to answer that question before you get there, because it is a question. He has a valuable playoff role to me on this team.
And I would agree. And one thing we'll be doing in our weekly shows also is looking a little bit back at the Heat's games played and the upcoming schedule. And I know it's just preseason, but it's one of the most intriguing matchups of the preseason. The Heat tonight playing the New Orleans Pelicans here at FTX Arena. Kurt, obviously, that's your Western Conference. That's a team out there. Zion has looked very good. But with Zion, it's all about enduring with that body of his, enduring with the injuries. Already the Pelicans last season made the moves to supplement him when they brought in C.J. McCollum. Nice little trade, nice piece, great shooter to work around him. They did that before last season when they brought in Valanciunas to get a bigger body in there. Kurt, when we look tonight, it won't be the full, or at least the ready-to-go New Orleans Pelicans, but are the New Orleans Pelicans a playoff team now? Are they a contender now? And how intriguing do you find this whole Zion Williamson storyline when it looks like after 2 missteps, he's finally going to get his career started?
To me, they're the most intriguing team in the league. Like, they're going to be like what I would call the league pass favorites. They're just going to be fun to watch. They're going to be so entertaining. And I know Zach Lowe just put out his list on that. I don't know why I didn't see where he put them, but that to me looks just like a fun team. And they can be a playoff team. I kind of have them on a play-in list just again because the East, the West, the top of the West, like the East is deep with really good teams. Like, I'm just not sure that they're going to defend well enough, but we'll see. The other thing I'll say for them, when you watch them the second half of last year without Zion and now even in the preseason with him, it speaks to what Willie Green did, but particularly bringing in C.J. McCollum, bringing in a true locker room leader, changed the culture of that team. I don't want to say instantly, but pretty quickly. And suddenly Zion's there around the team. And now, even before last year, when he was back from Portland and everybody's pulling the rope in the same direction, which is something I think in Miami you get so used to because the culture is so strong. It is not that strong everywhere. It matters a lot. I think they're a potential playoff team. I think if you told me they finished the year 5 or 6, I wouldn't be shocked. It just means they were good and somebody else stumbled.
Kurt, is Zion real? Is Zion all he was made out to be when he first came in, or is Zion now a big body in today's NBA that requires a little bit more agility? Is he the next Corliss Williamson? Is he the next Charles Barkley? Where would you put him on the range of those guys who are built like SpongeBob?
Exactly. I think he's for real. I think Barkley's kind of a good analogy. He's such an elite inside scorer. His ability to get inside and use his athleticism and to either overpower people with his strength or just he's got more finesse than you think to score inside the paint. He does not take outside shots right now. Talk about a guy who does not space the floor for you, which is why we'll see how long Valanciunas is there, even though he steps out a little. But ultimately, I think he's for real. I think I don't know how long that window is, but I think if he's healthy, if he plays, let's put it this way, I think if he plays 70 games this year, good chance he's an all NBA level player. I think he's that good.
Yeah, and again, I think people will be noticing. I do think that's a league pass team. I think they'll get a few more TV games during the year. But again, like you said, you could be watching an 8th or 9th place team just because of what the West is. No fault right there of the Pelicans. And yes, again, I promise we're going to do our Eastern Conference preview. That'll be our last segment on redrecover.com Inside the Paint. George actually on our chat board brings up something. It's a topic you and I have spoken about for a few weeks now, and it's getting close to critical mass. Jay Crowder still isn't with the Phoenix Suns. The Phoenix Suns start their season next week. The thought was something would happen. I don't see any way that Jay Crowder, after sitting out camp and being allowed to sit out camp, goes back to the Phoenix Suns. Shams Charania this week had the Atlanta Hawks have stepped in there as a possible suitor. Doesn't make sense to me for this reason. Jay Crowder wants to be a starter. That's why all this stuff started in Phoenix when they decided we're going to go with Cameron Johnson instead. Obviously, with the money that Atlanta gave John Collins, there isn't a starting power forward role. Don't necessarily see Jay Crowder anymore as a small forward. So 2 things. 1, what do you think happens with Jay Crowder with the Phoenix Suns? And 2, would you be any more willing today to give up an unprotected Heat first-round pick plus Duncan Robinson if the Suns would even take that to get Jay Crowder?
I don't think my position has changed at all. I think you nailed it with the Hawks, by the way. That report said they had been talking over weeks and months, which means this conversation has gone on. Let's put it this way. If the Hawks suddenly put together a DeAndre Hunter move or whatever it is that they're going to do to make this deal happen, and I saw that and I were John Collins, I'd make sure I have a go bag by the door because I think the only reason they're doing that
would make no sense otherwise.
And it's kind of the same. I think the Heat are in the exact same spot. And like I said, you and I have talked about this. I don't know that it happens during the season. If we get to January 15th, and this is one of those where I think he's going to sit out to start the season and the Suns are going to wait for somebody to buckle or hope somebody buckles. Right. If we get to January 15th and suddenly some of the guys the Heat signed this summer are available, maybe they look at it differently. Maybe
again, the report out there, if Atlanta's really offering DeAndre Hunter, I'm doing the deal like that if I'm the
Suns. I am too. I don't think it's available. I don't think
I'm getting this young contributing player, might even start for us. I don't see that being the case, but we'll see. Again, I think the Heat want to see what they have, which might be very good anyway, and might feature a lot of Jimmy Butler at power forward, even though he doesn't start at power forward. So I think that remains to be played out. Anyway, after our break, Kurt Heelan's already working on his Eastern Conference scouting reports and rankings for Pro Basketball Talk at NBCSports.com. So he's going to give us where he sees the Heat's going to fall. We're going to see if Kurt starts the season as a Heat hater, and we'll have our Eastern Conference rundown after this break on redrecover.com. Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the redrecover.com Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Redrecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment, anywhere you go. Use the code Big O to get a 10% discount.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
guys, this is Hayden Hurst, NFL tight end. I'm partnering today with Red Recover. We're going to run you guys through some drills. I started using Red Recover last year, my 4th year in the NFL. It just helps me on Mondays after games, get my recovery process started, get back into the fold of the week, and get ready for the following Sunday. If you want to recover like me, use Red Recover.
Welcome back to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code Big O to receive 10% off your order. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan.
And we're back on RedRecover.com Inside the Paint, our weekly look at the Miami Heat and around the NBA. I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun-Sentinel. He's Kurt Heelan from Pro Basketball Talk and NBCSports.com. So a week from tonight, Chicago Bulls, FTX Arena, it all starts with a Eastern Conference intensive schedule for the Miami Heat. Game against Chicago, national television Boston Celtics, and then consecutive home games against the Toronto Raptors, a team that might be on the rise. Kurt's been working on his Eastern Conference tiers and where he has teams. Kurt, let's start with the Miami Heat. What are you forecasting? Where do you see? What's a potential seed range for the Miami Heat this season in the view of Pro Basketball Talk?
I have them in my second tier. The first tier is like, I don't have really that many questions about them contenders, which is the Bucks and the Celtics, despite the Ime Udoka thing, which is obviously the only question I think with them. But the second tier is my contenders, but they've got question to answer. The 76ers, the James Harden in the playoffs question, the Nets, we don't really have time to list all the questions. And the Heat are in there just because are they going to be able to keep Jimmy Butler? I mean, he's had to play through injuries. Is he going to be healthy? And B, they do have to answer the PJ Tucker question that we discussed earlier. Like, they've got time. They don't have to answer it over the first 80. Well, they've got to answer it over the first 82, so it's ready for the final 16. But I've got to see what they do with that. But I think they're contenders. I've got them fourth. I've got them hosting a playoff game series in the first round. But that's probably going to be against the Nets or the 76ers or somebody really good. Maybe the Raptors, who I think are on that next tier. But the Raptors, Cavaliers, Hawks are all in the next tier as playoff teams. They're good. It's not going to be an easy one.
To me, there's a couple of ways to look at tiers in today's modern NBA. Obviously, where it used to be you want to be one of the 8 playoff teams, and it was a relatively simple exercise because you could just look at 7 teams you thought wouldn't make the playoffs in each conference and do it in reverse. Then we got the play-in round, so top 6 automatically advance, next 4 play in the play-in, so top 6 became really important. You just don't want to take that crapshoot. You don't know how it's going to play out. I think this year in the Eastern Conference, top 3 is its own tier for this reason. The 4-5 is going to be possibly playing the Heat, let's say they're 4, playing Philadelphia, Boston, or Milwaukee, or Brooklyn. You just don't know. But you're going to have the series in the Eastern Conference in the first round, most likely. You might have some surprises. So I think you want to get top 3, and it's going to be a hell of a challenge this year. So, Kurt, who would you say, we're going to sort of do a quick rundown here for the folks out there. Again, I'm keeping an eye on the chat board. We'll get to that if we get a chance. Your favorite to win the Eastern Conference, and I know it's close and it's razor thin, but if you had to tell me today, 1 week out from the start of the season, your Eastern Conference favorite would be?
Bucks, only because I trust them the most. And by the way, they have the best player on the planet. So they kind of win on the default in that, like you said, I think there's 5 teams that could come out of the East, and in that narrow margins here, I'll just take the safest pick, which is the Bucks.
Yeah, I like their little midseason addition when he gets back healthy, Joe Ingles. I think he's going to help them. They kept most of the core together. Chris Middleton will get off to a slower start because of his injury return. He'll be there in the time. That's, to me, one of those teams that if they care enough and want it, they will get it. Last season, toward the end of the season, they sat some regulars, didn't care as much, wound up ceding off to the Boston Celtics, so you don't know for sure. There actually was a 3-way tie for second place with Milwaukee, Boston, and Philly behind the Heat. I think if the Bucks give a S, then I think the Bucks will win the division because I think they have 2 things. They have talent they have talent, and they also have continuity of talent. They've been together. I also think it's sort of, to me, I call it the bounce back factor. You win a championship, you don't get the playoff result you want, you come in angrier, it means more to you. And I think it'll mean more to Giannis losing out an MVP. It'll mean more to the Bucks, so I agree. Second place in the East.
I have Boston just because that team, look, they won a lot of games the second half of last year. Once they figured out who they were, they come into this year knowing who they were, but not having Robert Williams could ding them back to third. Like Philly's going to win a lot of games. Miami's going to win a lot of games. So we'll see, but I have them second, but again, margins are so thin.
And who does the dog have second?
The dog, my dog has those little green chewy mints second. Actually, they might be first.
All right, and since they're green, I guess we're talking Celtics, so that makes sense. So I'll go with the Celtics second. Also, I think, I don't mean this condescendingly, but I think coaching could be overstated for a team that already knows who they are. And Jason Tatum knows who he is, and Jaylen Brown knows who he is. And you have such a strong leader in Marcus Smart that he can be the de facto coach on the court, in the locker room, on the bench anyway. So while the Ime Udoka thing is wild, this is a team that's already gone from a very good coach in Brad Stevens to a very good coach in Ime Udoka, and has shown that they can, no matter the style, be competitive. I have them too also. I think the Malcolm Brogdon addition helps. I always thought that the Danilo Gallinari addition was overstated because of his age and lack of defense. He would have helped. They'll find a way around that. I'm not going to overstate Blake Griffin at his age. Don't really fully get that, but he's another body. I have them at number 2 also. Number 3.
I have the 76ers. Just, I think they're going to win a lot of games. And James Harden has looked good. They have looked, I mean, they're undefeated in the preseason. They've looked one of the teams that's looked pretty sharp so far, even in the preseason. So I slid them in there. I think they're a better regular season team than a playoff team.
And you know what? There's a name you didn't mention there that I think gets overlooked and might one day emerge as the best 76er, and that's Tyrese Maxey.
Yeah.
And I think he's been terrific for them. I'm wondering if Harden goes back to his offensive bent, whether he sort of sets back Tyrese Maxey a little bit. But again, with Harden, with Embiid, and with Maxey, I agree they're quality, but I'm going to put the Heat third for this reason. Yeah. I think the Heat care more about regular season victories and will push themselves. And I need to know how many games Joel Embiid is going to miss, or more to the point, Kurt, how many games the Sixers will hold him out to protect him. Because remember last year even, Embiid missed the first 2 games of the Heat series when he had that facial injury after the Toronto series that went far deeper than they wanted anyway. So I think the Sixers are a team capable of winning as many games as anyone in the East. But I don't think they will prioritize winning as many games in the East. So I think the Heat will have that opening. The one thing we know about the Heat, every game matters. They find a way. I mean, I was in Memphis last week for an exhibition game. The Grizzlies played everyone, Steven Adams and Dylan Brooks and John Morant, and the Heat's the Skyforce. The Sioux Falls wound up beating them because Eric Spoelstra has a system and a way of making them play. So I have the Heat third in the East just because they care a little more. We might have a flip-flop here. Who do you have number 4?
Yeah, I had the Heat 4. And like you said, I think they could finish anywhere, frankly, from 1 to 4, just because, unlike these other teams, I don't know how much the Bucks care. The Celtics are going to be thinking all these teams are thinking postseason. I think the Heat take it a little more seriously, so we'll see. But yeah, I have them 4 right now.
Yeah, and again, I would flip-flop them with the Sixers. I think they're going to be a top 4 team. I don't think that's a great place to finish number 4 for the reasons I said.
Yeah.
What's interesting now is we get to number 5, and this really is like, do you take the known quantity? Do you take the team on the rise, or do you take the superstars? And look, I was wrong all season, and Big O let me know, so go smash his like button again, about the Brooklyn Nets. I'm not so sure. We're talking a big 3 about the Nets with Kyrie Irving the whole season, vaccinated or not. Kevin Durant's decided to stay for now. I don't know if Ben Simmons is an NBA elite player anymore. I don't know if he is a star, because with a limited scoring skill set, I don't know how far you can go. So let me ask you this. I'm going to have Brooklyn with an asterisk at number 5. Who do you have at number 5?
I have Brooklyn, but I love Kevin Durant's quote yesterday where he said, "Hey man, our vibes in training camp have been great." I think his words were that the vibes have been straight. What happens, and even he said it, what happens when we hit a skid? What happens when a player gets injured? I don't know. If you told me that team hit a little adversity and folded like a house of cards, I'd be like, yeah, I could see it. Like that team could come apart by Christmas.
Let me ask you this, Kurt. If the Nets get off to a 10-13 start, 9-14, someone like that, do you think the whole Kevin Durant trade saga and everything starts back up?
Yes. Yeah. I think he's back for this season, but I don't think he basically said, I'm not sure I trust the organization this summer. That's why I asked out. And how much of this was Kyrie driven and everything else, who knows? But to me, that's the big one. I don't know. That team could win a championship, or they could be trading Kevin Durant by Christmas. And I think literally everything in between could happen.
Yeah, and Big O and Sean Stanley, our producer, are showing when Ben Simmons was out at the Nets open practice there. And the one thing I'll say about this, the way Ben Simmons has carried himself as a star, there were two ways when you have a comeback year. You come back humble, Victor Oladipo for the Heat, for example, and knowing you have to earn it back. And I even asked Eric Spoelstra after the Heat's last exhibition game, do you still view Victor as an all-star, as an all-NBA player, as a most improved player, or does he have to earn that back? And what Spoelstra basically said is, it doesn't matter what I say, it's what Vic says. And now he's gone about this. And Kurt, it seems to me, whether it's the video of the open practice out on the playground in Brooklyn or not, Ben Simmons still fancies himself as a star. Is that dangerous for Brooklyn?
Potentially, yeah. I mean, look, it's the end of the game. Ben Simmons wants the ball in his hands to bring it up. Do you want it in his hands, or would you rather see Kevin Durant or Kyrie Irving have that ball? Like, I'm not sure he's going to fit the role they need to with him. And that was, by the way, part of the tension in Philly. He saw himself as that was Joel Embiid's team, and he didn't realize it.
By the way, I want to break in here real quick. Top of the hour, the Big O Show is coming back. Big O, if you're following him on the chat board with the news that Tua is coming back, and he's practicing today for the Dolphins.
That's awesome.
Big O will have all your update there, so don't go anywhere after redrecover.com inside the paint, unless, of course, you're listening to us on the podcast, in which case you already know. So this is sort of redundant news, but Big O will be back at the top of the hour with his usual 10 a.m. start time, and he'll have all the information on Tua, which is all that really matters in South Florida anyway. So as we get done here with our show ending at the top of the hour, Kurt, the number 6 team in the East is the last team who gets a non-play-in berth. That's sort of a desperate struggle for a bunch of really good teams. Yeah. Who do you have right now, sitting there right now with the number 6 seed in the East?
Yeah, by the way, if I was going to make an NFL comment, it's that you may be thousands of miles away from me, but I believe you can still get a roughing the passer penalty.
Exactly. I have not spoken so far in the show, so we'll see.
I have the Raptors. I just think that's a really good team that's going to be better this year. They are hard to play against. They're a really good regular season team. They're switchable. I expect Scotty Barnes to take a step forward from being rookie of the year. I really like that roster. So I'm not sure that I don't have them as contenders. I don't think they come out of the East, but I think they're a playoff team.
Yeah, and again, I like them. One thing about Nick Nurse, he will play a 6-man rotation and run those guys into the ground. Fred VanVleet's in a contract year. That's going to help also with his push. I'm going to go with Cleveland, though. I think talent matters. And I think Darius Garland has emerged as an elite NBA player. He was one of the first guys to get the rookie scale extension right now that Tyler Hero joined that class recently. You also obviously have the Donovan Mitchell trade. Mobley will miss some time at the start of the year. And they might have the ultimate complementary center in Jared Allen. Not asking him to be a star, rebound, block shots, get some putback baskets. I think that's a real talented team. I think Toronto might overly push their guys a little bit. I think Cleveland is more talented. So if I have Cleveland out of the play-in, who do you have number 7 in the East?
I have Cleveland. I'm with you, by the way. By the way, the Darius Garland got the max. The only other 2 guys to get that instant max, Ja Morant and Zion. He's playing that well. So yeah, I'm really high on them. I still think they're a year or 2 away from being all that, but I still have them 7th. And then again, I think you could flop them pretty easily.
And number 8?
The Atlanta Hawks. I think that DeJounte Murray not only gives them a second playmaker, their biggest problem has been, and defense has been an issue. DeJounte is disruptive on that end. He's so long. But more importantly, they've just stunk to high heaven every time Trey had to sit. DeJounte at least solves some of that problems. He's a borderline all-star level player, might be in the East this year. We'll see, but like they won't stink the same way. That will make them better.
Yeah, I think chemistry matters, and Atlanta has a lot of talent, but I don't know if the Capella, John Collins, Trey, and everything they have there. I mean, even last year, they basically gave away Cam Reddish just because they didn't feel comfortable having that much young talent on their roster at the same point, and made the deal with the Knicks basically for a throwaway trade just to offload someone. So I'm just kind of curious how it comes together. So if we're already 8 deep, and I guess 7 or 8 deep, we're getting to the bottom of the play-in now in the East, and there's still some quality teams there. So I guess we've gone through, Cleveland, Toronto, we've gone through 8. So who would you have at 9, 10? Who are your last 2 play-in teams? Let's do it that way.
Bulls and Knicks. I think that those aren't – I think that speaks, by the way, to the depth of the East. Like the Bulls and Knicks are pretty good teams. The Bulls – the Knicks are better. The Bulls are, again – I just don't think they're going to get the same season out of DeRozan, but he's still good. I mean, Zach LaVine's still good. Just up and down that roster, they're solid. But they're going to miss Lonzo Ball. Their defense, their ability to push the ball isn't the same. And hopefully for his sake, I hope he bounces back this season, but I don't think they're the same team without him.
Yeah, there's one team that really intrigues me, and I know everyone says they're not ready, but the Detroit Pistons have a lot of really good young talent. And I'm just wondering, I think Dwayne Casey's a quality coach. I think he's been sort of waiting for his time to sort of make a difference and kick it in right there. So I think when I'm looking at the last 2 in the East, I'm not so sure that I wouldn't look at a hungry team like the Pistons where it really matters than a Knicks team that can implode at any time. Again, the Knicks' best player, Jalen Brunson, the Knicks' best player. It doesn't seem like you have like you're necessarily sold on their path to greatness right now with the lineup that they have right in there. So I question the Knicks to a degree. One team I think could also get in that fringe right there are the Washington Wizards, only because look, Bradley Beal came back for a reason, thinking he was going to be on a winner. That could be another guy, like we've mentioned other guys, where they say like Kevin Durant and Damian Lillard, they're glad to be back. Yeah. But are they really glad to be back? So I think you have to look at a team like the Wizards. So then when you get to the bottom of the East, you have the other teams basically just playing for lottery anyway. There's not a lot. I assume you have Charlotte out of it right now, Orlando out of it right now. And there's not a lot of like definitive out of it. The one thing I will say is I spoke to someone about the Bulls, and they told me if the Bulls don't get off to the kind of start that they got off to last year, that's a team that could easily join the tankathon simply by moving DeMar DeRozan, 33 years old, his older contract, go back to square one and start all over again, maybe move Vucevic even after bringing him in. I have Chicago as a swing team, and the reason I bring that up again is the Heat open their season a week from tonight against the Chicago Bulls at FTX Arena. Kurt, there were times last year when you go to the day-by-day standings at a Basketball Reference I usually use, the Bulls were in first place a lot of days last season. And then they came down, 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 and eventually just wilted in the playoffs. The Chicago Bulls, are they on the uptick? Or are the Chicago Bulls sort of wavering? Or should the Chicago Bulls rip it all apart now that Lonzo Ball is out for the start of the season and injured again?
I think they're a wavering team. I think what you saw last year was pretty much the max Bulls. Like they are capable of putting together good stretches. When they're fully healthy with Caruso and Ball, they can defend a little, and they're Io, their young guy. But I don't think it's consistent. And I don't think the Bulls are alone. I think one of the things to watch this year is which teams get off to a slow start. Everybody watch Victor Wembanyama and Scoot Henderson on TV, including the owners, baby. All those owners saw that and said, it's much easier to sell tanking this year than it is most years.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting ride. We'll be for real next week. We'll have our Heat season preview. They'll be opening that night right after our RedRecover.com Inside the Paint show. But for now, at least we have a read on where the East stands. And after this commercial break, the Big O Show will roll on with the Big O giving you some Tua news of the day. Unless you're listening on the podcast, then you already know. He's Kurt Heelan. I'm Ira Winderman. We'll see you 9 a.m. next week on RedRecover.com Inside the Paint.
You've been listening to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code BIG-O to get a 10% discount. The RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search Big O Radio Show on most platforms. Subscribe and smash the like button.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys? Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmiths in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business. Car key replacements and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
Oh, great. You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Party, yeah. Wednesday got just a little better. Tua. Yeah. He's returning. He could have played this past week against the Jets. They just won't tell you this because we got this soft-ass world out there. Oh, my God, he's got a concussion. Oh! It's part of the game, man. It's what they signed up for. It's a tough man sport. That's why you and I don't play it. We're not tough enough. That's why I'm behind the mic talking about them. Okay? I was talking to William from Cutter's Edge Pro. One of his guys is taking down trees and gets stung by like 10 bees. The other guy comes in, pulls the stingers out. they put a little, some I don't know whatever they used out there to kind of put a little bit on the sting, and then the guy went right back to work. You cut trees down, right? You gotta, there are power lines, there are bees, there are all kinds of crap you got to deal with, right? Besides, you don't want to fall off a ladder or a roof, right? Guys at Cutter's Edge Pro, they're putting their asses on the line all the time, right? So are football players. And Tua, it's, you know what I love about Tua and this whole conversations that we've had? It's all been about false narratives. And then the kid goes out and crushes all these false narratives. Yeah, you could say there's no doubt none of us can ever argue he has an injury history. No doubt. But he's a tough guy. He comes back from all those injuries. He comes back from them faster than you ever expect. And bet your ass he could have played last week. Bet your ass he can play this week against the Minnesota Vikings. But because of the optics, wow, I wonder what talk show host was telling you. Yeah, they'll probably keep him out for a couple games, and then he'll come back for Pittsburgh. So this is the start. He comes back today on a limited basis, and he'll start practicing. He's already been in the building the entire time. He's been in meetings. He's all out there. So now he starts the light workouts. So that way they can build it up. So next week, they can say, well, no, he's been practicing. He has nothing. Let's move forward. And so the optics look a lot better. Teddy will come back to practice tomorrow. He can't practice today. I wasn't aware of that yesterday, that I guess I didn't pick it up from McDaniel's press conference, or I overlooked it or something. But Bridgewater can't practice today by rule. He probably can, but he can't. And listen, were you born yesterday? They've got an indoor practice facility that nobody will be watching. Any shot Teddy throws the ball around today without any of us knowing? Come on, man. Were you born yesterday? How naive are you? Come on. So, Tua will return like I thought against Pittsburgh to kick Flo's ass. That's all. Flo thought he was going to get away with it. He thought he was going to face Teddy or Skyler or sin it to win it or anything. No. No, Flo. No, you're not getting away with it. Okay? Tua's coming for your ass. He's going to bitch slap you all around. He's going to make sure that he passes to people that linebackers are trying to cover. And that's what's going to happen. And you're going to lose by about 17 points to the Dolphins and Tua. Okay? And by the way, Flo, I don't want you running onto the field trying to find Tua and shake his hand for good PR. We don't need that. Okay? So in 2 weeks, after you lose to the Dolphins, after Tua drags your ass all around the field and you're ripping into your linebackers because they can't cover, you just put your tail between your legs, walk right back to your locker room, and shut the hell up. Okay, Flo? Tua will return. Ah, there you go. Love it. Love it. It's a good Wednesday, man. It's a good day. All kinds of good stuff. Love it, man. Got a little Heat basketball tonight. We got good news on Tua coming back to practice. Telling you. And we could have some other news also on the show, but we shall see. We shall see. We shall see. Kevin says, I would rather give you the full amount of money so I do Cash App or Bitcoin. You will read my comments. Fins up. I will. I always read the comments when you guys send it in. Even my man Steve M, who some of you still don't understand me. You know? Steve M is like, he's sending me the guy that's running against Herschel Walker apparently is evicting poor black residents. And so he goes, I bet you won't mention Veranicus or whatever the other guy. And I go to him like, do you understand who I am, bro? Like, I don't care about Republicans or Democrats. You know, it's like, I get it. He was like, he's probably a party zombie. I'm not. You know what I mean? Look, we got the elections coming up for governor. I'm probably going to vote for DeSantis over, not probably, I am, over Christ. I could never vote for that guy. You know? Overall, I may not agree with everything DeSantis has done, but he's done a pretty damn good job. And that can't be, I don't see the homelessness that I see in California and in Washington and Portland and all that kind of crap. I don't see us having any autonomous zones. I don't see us treating our cops like crap like they do in New York. And he kept everybody working here. I think every business owner is probably going to end up voting for him. But see, Steve M doesn't get it. I'm not a party zombie. I don't care about Democrats or Republicans. I'm just going to vote for the lesser of the two evils that I think. But it's fun. But Steve M, I love you on Venmo. Thank you. And I will read your comments too, Steve M. See, you said it this morning. And thank you for the donation. But to me, I don't care, dude. I don't defend either side. I laugh at both sides is what I do. That's all. I tweeted out yesterday. I wish we had an American party, not a Democrat or Republican, a party that was for Americans. All the Democrats and Republicans do is divide. That's all they ever do. Nothing else. But some of you still don't get it. But I get it. If you're a hardcore Democrat or you're a hardcore Republican, you get all bent out of shape with me if I take a shot on either side. But what you don't understand is I'm not for either side. So when you think I'm a Democrat or you think I'm a Republican, you're an idiot. But hey, believe whatever you want. Frankie Fresco says early morning AEW, Chris Jericho or Bryan Danielson. Danielson. I can never go against Jericho because Jericho comes on our show. And Jericho is a metalhead like me. So, I mean, I've got to always go with a metalhead in Jericho. And I'm a Fozzy supporter. I'm a supporter of his band. So, you know, I'm a Chris Jericho guy all the way. Has nothing to do with wrestling. It has everything to do with heavy metal, but I'm a Chris Jericho guy. So, Frankie, my prediction is Chris Jericho. And Sean, another bad prediction by me, apparently. Is that what's going on? Yay or nay? Oh, I got the thumbs up from Sean. Whoa, that's impressive.
Wait, hold on. It's a thumbs up on the bad prediction.
Oh. Okay. All right. There you go. And speaking of Hialeah Park Casino, we'll be there tomorrow, happy hour, 3 to 6. So come on by and share a cold one with me while we're hanging out, gambling our brains out. By the way, play the slots. Get your entries in for that Ford F1 Lightning. That's a badass truck. That's one of the best electric vehicles in the world. Nice job by Ford on that one. It's one of the best. That thing can power your house. If we have a hurricane and power goes out and you need a generator for your home, that freaking Ford can power stuff in your home. How badass is that? That's a badass truck that Ford made. Telling you. All right, let's go. Let's go with another badass. His name is Ian Rappaport. He and Tom Pelissero broke some big news. We'll tell you that next.
Football fans, it's time to take a look around the NFL. It's the RedRecover.com Look Around the NFL with Ian Rappaport. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with our medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Now, let's find out the latest in the NFL with one of the best reporters in the business, Ian Rappaport.
I'm watching that open. By the way, congratulations to Hayden Hurst, who uses Red Recover. He is playing really well for the Cincinnati Bengals, man. He's actually become a
just
fantasy.
Picked him up for my fantasy team. Just literally picked him up this morning.
Yeah. So he's been doing well. One of our Red Recover guys. All right. A guy that recovers quickly, you know, is Tua Tagovailoa. As much as people talk about, and he has an injury history, I get it. But within 10 months, he came back from a hip surgery that most of us thought maybe was career-threatening. Hell, 5 months in, he was working out in the combine, you know, from that hip. And here he is, as you and Tom Pelissero reported. I listen, I've been targeting him to return for the Steelers game anyways, because that's 24 days off. The optics are beautiful and all that. So him returning today may open up the door for that Pittsburgh game.
Yeah, and you know, here's where this all stands. So Tua is going to practice today. He's going to be on the field. He's going to be throwing. This is all positive. It is a step in the right direction. He is progressing through the NFL's concussion protocol to a point where he can practice. That's all good. He has been, during his time away, has been seeing, you know, some of the top concussion specialists and neuropsychologists just to make sure that he is okay. That is also good news, seeing experts. He is in a good place. He is not expected to play this week. And, you know, there is a chance, actually, that he's cleared this week from the concussion protocol, but he's not expected to play because, you know, basically what he's been doing the last couple of weeks has been a little bit of conditioning, not really in meetings, kind of, you know, on your own, because that's the way it is for the concussion protocol. So the decision was made that it's best that he not play this week. But that he get back on the field if he is allowed, which he is, and continue to progress. So that's kind of where we are just with Tua.
And again, like everything else, all these tests have come out clean all throughout, right?
Right. Yeah, and I mean, everything's been good. Everything's been, progressing. Tests have been positive. Seeing specialists have been positive. It takes time. That's how the concussion protocol is. But every benchmark, everything he's had to check, he's hit it, which is great.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where this whole road we get to that fork, because everybody's different. One guy may bounce back right away. Another guy may take a couple weeks. Another guy like Ethan Carter goes on the IR. And what are you going to do? I was talking about this. Think about the way Larry Zonka played the game. He was delivering concussions on almost every play, or he was receiving concussions, in almost every game, the way he was playing the game back in the day. And then you look at him now, and, he has aged beautifully, thank the Lord, and he's still strong as a mule, still the guy that looks like he could carry 4 or 5 guys at the same time. Yeah. You know what I mean? So it's just weird how everybody is different, and that's why every situation can't be reported, viewed the same way too.
Yeah, and that's why, when talking to Dr. Alan Sills on Saturday, as the league was announcing the new changes to the concussion protocol, one of the things he talked about, and then also hoped for, was a concussion test. There is not a real test for concussions. You can go see an expert and he can ask you questions and he can do a variety of tests, but there's no actual concussion test to say, yes, this person has a concussion. No, this person does not have a concussion. So it is all subjective rather than objective. It is the word of doctors. It is every person being different. Every concussion is different. Every hit is different. So there's so much that goes into it. And, we've been, probably talking about concussions in the spotlight like this for 10 years, and it hasn't become any clearer. It just hasn't. So it's still intrigue. It's still unknown. Obviously great for Tua that he is progressing, but there's still so much we don't know.
Yeah, and listen, here's where this whole thing, now when we get into this conversation and when we get into exercising all of this, the problem with all of this is we have perception, we have reality, and then people choose whatever their perception and their reality is. And then, because we just talked about this, every athlete is different. Every human being is different. Yeah. You might get COVID and it goes through you like a cold. I might get COVID and I might be Dave Navarro from Jane's Addiction, who has not had taste or smell for 1.5 years after having COVID. Yeah, exactly. So you think about that. You got long COVID and another person that went through like a cold. But here's where I feel bad for the medical practice here. Now, perception is whatever you look at it, and your reality, we now question them if a doctor is clearing somebody too quickly. And yet we're not doctors, but we have to trust professionals that if they say somebody is fine, then we have to trust them that they're fine. And if they go and suffer another injury, well, I'm sorry, that's part of the incredibly tough game that they play.
Yeah, and I think that was another thing that Dr. Sills said on Saturday night in this conference call was, we saw a lot of doctors on Twitter, a lot of people who watched TV and decided this happened, this did not happen, this happened for this reason. Like, no one really knows. And reality is, like, I'm not examining Tua. You're not examining Tua. I'm not examining Teddy Bridgewater. You're not either. Until you are a doctor in there, you really don't know. But everyone decided to chime in and not only just say their view, but chime in and, rip other people for their views. So there was a lot going on there. I don't know if we learned anything as a society, but it is what it is. And I'm sure the next time will be a lot more calm and objective. Who knows?
Okay, but now we're walking another fine line, because when you tell me Teddy Bridgewater, I saw nothing there that said he had a concussion. With Tua, the Buffalo game, it still looked like a concussion. Whether it was his back or not, I don't know, dude. I'm not a pro. I saw him get all bent backwards and one guy holding his ankle so he couldn't get it. So maybe he did twist up his back and a nerve, and who knows? I've had back issues, dude, and they are debilitating. Okay, and when you screw up with that sciatic nerve and all that stuff, that plays games with people. So I've heard all that stuff, but I don't know. Okay. But the problem that we have now is I believe the Dolphins got screwed last week with Teddy. They could have had their backup quarterback for the rest of that game and maybe possibly win that game. And now the league is in a position, it's put itself in a position where now you're making calls that the betting community is going to be affected. Players are going to be affected. They may not be able to win games, get to a playoff game, incentives, records, all kinds of stuff that you're stopping because it's a call that is subjective and one that may not have the full substance to make that call. I guess we all have to play kind of doctor. The Teddy Bridgewater one did not look like a concussion. And then you end up screwing the Dolphins. The Chris Jones play. Now we're going to extreme on quarterbacks here. That was wrong also. That's a game-altering call right there at that moment. So the league is also in a position where it better be careful because you could really stain the game the way you're handling all of this. We talked about this last week, dude. Are you going to stop telling firemen to go into burning buildings? Are we going to stop giving 20-year-olds guns and tell us, hey, defend our country? Are we going to stop telling people to, go the run of the bulls? Race car drivers go 200 miles an hour. There's lots of people that do all kinds of dangerous shit every single day. It's not just football players. So they have chosen this route. So how do we handle this? Because you're walking a fine line right now.
Yeah, I mean, I would say all that stuff sounds way too dangerous for me, but, I'm not the one to make the decision, but certainly running of the Bulls seems crazy, and all the other stuff you said seems crazy. The answer to that is yes, I think it does potentially affect the outcome, and I think that the NFL is, okay with that to a certain extent. The reason why is they're going to try to be more conservative than not. If there is a debate over whether a player exhibited ataxia, which is stumbling, a neurological reaction, essentially, they're going to take them off the field, even if they have to err on the side of caution, because these are people's brains, not an ankle or a wrist or something like that. So, if there was, and this one thing Sil said, like if there is a question about whether a player exhibited it, err on the side of caution and take them off the field. Are other people affected? Are gamblers affected and teams affected? Yeah, maybe, but it's a brain. And so, for a little
is it always the brain? Is it always the brain? If you get hit or walloped or you had a long run and then they tackle you and you're winded and you're going to kind of get up like, okay. And you got to, that happens to all of us. You're going to you have to kind of gather yourself. Is that going to be called ataxia too?
I don't think so. I think what they have to decide is that it was a neurological reaction based on a blow to the head. But again, like if it's, it's not going to be perfect and they are going to err on the side of caution. So this is not going to be the last time you'll see someone like Teddy Bridgewater go out because a spotter believes he saw something. But in the grand scheme of things, that's okay because you are protecting players more than you've ever done.
Yeah, I know, but you're ruining the game too. And that's the problem. For me, that spotter cost the Dolphins possibly a game this week against the Jets. You keep Teddy Bridgewater in there, maybe you avoid those turnovers in the fourth quarter that absolutely, altered the hell out of that game. All right, let's move on. Devonte Adams, suspension coming because that was just uncalled for, ridiculous, disrespectful. I could come up with a ton of adjectives to describe how disgusted I am with Devonte Adams and how he treats somebody who he thinks is below him, apparently.
Well, it's interesting because I think the first angle all we saw was Devonte Adams push this dude who was a credentialed freelance photographer, I believe, for ESPN, but I'm not positive. Yeah. And then the second angle, you see, I mean, he's walking off the field, and the guy literally walks right into him. Now, you should not push people. I'm anti-pushing. And, I hope the guy is okay.
Excuse me, it's just fine, dude. Like,
yeah,
pause, excuse. Yo, watch yourself.
Right, no, I definitely get it. But he's walking off the field. It's 10 seconds after a tough loss. A guy walks in front of him in, the visitors' tunnel, which is an area for players. Again, should not have happened, but is it suspension worthy because a guy walks right into him? I don't know, and I'm sure Devonte Adams had literally no idea who the person was who walked into him or why. So we'll see what happens. We'll see if he's suspended or fined or whatever. He is on a bye, so there's no need to do this on a Wednesday. Like, wasn't need to do this yesterday. We can let it play out a little bit, but really curious to see what the NFL ends up deciding here.
Yeah, I would. I think a suspension is worthy of it. Besides, it's only one other. It's another loss he misses. I mean, listen, you're frustrated. You lost. I get it. You made your choice, my brother. You chose money over a better franchise. The Raiders have not been a better franchise than the Packers. You went to your buddy. Okay, he's a terrific quarterback in Derek Carr, but he's not Aaron Rodgers. They're winning and you're not, and you're frustrated because you're 1-4. Don't take it out on that guy, dude. It's like Tyreek Hill. You chose to come here to Miami, right? Even last week you said Miami over New York because I had to make a mature decision for taxes. I have no problem with that. But if somehow Kansas City in the Super Bowl and Miami is, outside of the playoffs, don't complain. You made your bet. Now you got to lie in it. Okay? The good thing is that he's come in with the right attitude and trying to do that. For me, what Devonte did this week, that frustration, you don't need to take it out on that guy, dude. That's just, come on, man. That's uncalled for. That part is just crazy. One more thing. Ron Rivera. Did he just get to the point where he's like, Dan Snyder, this job, I made the wrong decision with this quarterback. It's almost like, and the poor man's also had to fight cancer too. He's gone through hell and back, and you have to work for that guy and that franchise. I almost feel like it was more than just throwing your quarterback under the bus. It was more about him. I don't know. There's some there. You talk about frustrations. I wonder if there was some there with Ron.
Yeah, and he has addressed the team, and he's talked about how he just basically messed up and kind of said the wrong thing, and that's good. I do think his heart was in the right place. I understand what he was trying to say. You wonder if this is a thing where it's like, do my true feelings come out accidentally, or did I really just make a mistake? I think he made a mistake, but I'm not inside his head, so I don't know. The reality is Carson Wentz, unfortunately, has done what he has always done, which is look totally fine until it's really important and then look not fine. I mean, that was the game on the line about to win, and he made a terrible play and the team lost, which we've seen before. So, and then the problem is they have Taylor Heineke on the bench who's, is he perfect? Is he like a Pro Bowler? Probably not. He's a good answer. So we'll see what they end up doing, but that was a rough day for Rivera yesterday, no doubt about it.
Yeah, it just looked to me like it was a Freudian slip. That's kind of what it looked like to me, overall. All right, what are you working on the NFL Network, my friend, this week? So
a lot of Dolphins things. A lot of Dolphins things. We're back on game day morning this Sunday because we got no games in London at 9:30, which is good. That's fun, even though the London games are awesome. Couple great games this week. Should be fun.
By the way, the ratings were awesome too for the Giants and the Packers. Highest ratings they've had in London. And nice to see that the commissioner has been said what I've been saying for the last couple of years. Because when people talk about expansion to Europe, I said it ain't going to work unless you put a division out there.
Yeah.
I've always said you got to put a division. Now, I went a little more extreme than he did. I said, you got to put one in London. He said 2 teams in London, but I said London, Paris, Frankfurt, and Barcelona or something like that.
Awesome.
And then what you do is you have one independent practice facility there. So then you have a couple of teams that visit in and they can practice there at that independent facility for a couple of weeks and then travel to London, to Berlin, to Frankfurt, and all that kind of stuff.
I mean, that would be the way to do it. Yeah.
Right. I've been saying that for a couple of years. And what they should have done already that I've said, they got to add a second bye week. So that way, everybody that plays on a Thursday night has a bye week. And that way, the Thursday night game becomes a great game because everybody's well rested before and after that. And so all of a sudden now you've got it, and those second bye weeks will help out those London teams because look at the Giants, dude. They've had to kind of suck it up like the Dolphins did after London, right? They didn't get a break Am I right? All right. I think so, right? So
Yes, I think that's right because they're playing this week. Yeah.
yeah,
Right.
yeah. So then that's not fair to them. And so what I'm saying, you got to have that second bye week. So we extend the season to 19. And then if you have 4, a division out there, I think it just becomes a lot easier overall. So it's nice to see that. It's coming, right? You know it's coming, right?
I mean,
Eventually.
I would think it'd be awesome. I hope, but we'll see. It's pretty fast. It will be pretty fascinating, no doubt about it.
You're all right reporting from Paris, right? You're
Hey,
all
I haven't
right.
got to go on any of those international trips, so I wouldn't know. But other people have, and it seems really fun.
There you go. Follow him on Twitter at Rap Sheet, and of course, catch him there doing his thing at the NFL Network. And once a week here with our Red Recover look around the NFL. Ian, thank you as always, my friend. Appreciate you.
All right. Talk to you next week, my man.
You got it. And remember all the wraps you're looking for: back, shoulders, neck, elbows, knees, ankles. For your dogs, we've got all the wraps, the hat to grow your hair. We've got it. Redrecover.com. Use our code Big O. Get 10% off. Start getting pain-free workouts. Use it before and after your workouts. It optimizes your workouts. So your power walking, pickleball, tennis, weights, pickup basketball games, softball games, whatever you weekend warriors are doing, wear the wraps before and after for those old injuries and surgeries. Hell, it can even help your scars disappear. Red light therapy is all natural. There are no side effects, and it's great for everyone, kids, adults, and our pets, which we love a lot. Redrecover.com.
You've been listening to the RedRecover.com look around the NFL with Ian Rappaport from the NFL Network. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment anywhere you go. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code BIG-O for 10% off. The RedRecover.com look around the NFL with Ian Rappaport is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley.
Sean Stanley. I know that guy. I've heard of that guy.
Yeah, he's a jackass.
He's the man. He's the man. That guy, Sean Stanley. The Sean Stanley. When's the next wrestling show?
Well, I'll have to try to figure out when I can pencil it in.
By the way, anybody in the H bar? Boy, Hedera hashtag. Ooh, doggy. I gotta say, graph, not hashtag, hash graph. Man, it's gone up almost an entire penny. And I know people are like, would that mean? Yeah, no, it does. When it's just under 6 cents and it's getting to almost 7 cents. Yes, that's an enormous climb. So I don't know why. I know they just announced a new partnership. I'm a big Hedera guy. That thing's like, it's just over. It's getting closer to 7 cents right now. It was just under 6, and I think it'll be $3, $4, $5 in the next bull run. So, but that's just me. Anyway, what else do we have going on? Man, this is good. It's good. Tua is returning. And you know what's my favorite part about all of this is you negative Nellies out there that 6 quarters just made you lose your crap and life is over and all that kind of stuff. And I try to walk you guys off the ledge in the post-game show and over the last couple of days. And, you'll get Teddy back tomorrow. He'll practice, and I'm sure he'll play against Minnesota, and he'll be psyched out to play against his former team and all that good stuff. And maybe you get a chance to win. Who knows? I don't know. We'll find out if you win or not, but I just think it opens up the door to get back to, get Tua back for the Pittsburgh game. And hopefully some of you out there that are incredibly negative and already, have given up on the season, maybe this is something that can, get you back on track and you can start to believe, a little bit more. And that's the good thing about all of this, because there's so much negative. It's just, I hate the fact that we've had to fight so much negativity. The negativity of, whatever, Chris Greer can't draft and Tua can't play, and, who the hell is this Mike McDaniel guy, and Josh Boyer, can he get it done, and all that kind of stuff. And I think that all these questions were being answered until the injuries. And then the injuries have kind of derailed everything. And to me, that's kind of what's really been the storyline out of all of this. And instead of using the storyline that is the real thing that's going on, the true injuries to the team, and how it's just almost impossible to overcome all of that, let's go to the other extremes. Oh, no, this team was never that good and all that. And it's like, like one guy yesterday I forgot how he was phrasing it, but it was like, dude, they were undefeated. What are you talking about? And all of a sudden, you're making what's happened in the last 6 quarters the reality. And unfortunately, it's the reality that they're currently in, but I don't believe it's the reality that they're stuck in. I believe their reality is what was going on before, when everybody was healthy. And that's 3-0, and they easily should be 5-0 right now. If X is healthy and Teron Armstead is playing and Tua is playing, this team is 5-0. I don't care what anybody tells me. They're better than the Bengals, and they're way better than the Jets. So to me, that's the good thing about all of this, because you need some good stuff to happen so we can get this negative, whatever the hell you want to call it, odor, stank, out of the way, because it's just gross, and it puts a damper on something that there shouldn't be a damper on it. It sucks right now what they're doing, but it's not like you can't get out of it. And then you find out that Teron Armstead, okay, maybe the injury doesn't require any kind of surgery or anything like that. So hopefully he can play through it. And now Tua's back to practice. And if somehow you could start to get X back, and I don't know what the hell is going on with Byron Jones, but it would be nice to get Byron Jones and Austin Jackson back. Man, Austin Jackson it must be a high ankle sprain. That's what I'm thinking, because it's so many weeks. It's got to be a high ankle sprain with him. I know it's just, they say ankle, right? I believe it's, if that's the case. So that, to me, that's the beauty about all of this, is that maybe we can start to get some of the good news, and because the negativity is always just so forceful, you know what I mean? And loud. And there aren't enough people like me trying to, talk people off the ledge and trying to make them feel a little bit more comfortable, about the situation. Remember, if you want to get in on the program on the Welton Rayom text line, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. Edge Energy Drink is a proud sponsor of our program. We love talking about Edge. And listen, Edge Energy Drink, when we talk about Edge, folks, we're the Edge Energy Drink Miami Hurricanes pre- and post-game shows this Saturday at Walk-Ons. We're going to have Edge Energy taste testing. We're going to have a lovely lady from Edge, all right? We're going to have Perdomo cigar giveaways. We're not giving away cigars because that's illegal. You can't do that. But we will have hats or cutters or shirts or stuff like that to give away. And Caneswear also. We're going to have stuff that we're going to be giving away also. Every quarter, we'll be giving something away there at Walk-On. So come on out and join us, man, for the Edge Energy Drink Miami Hurricanes pre- and post-game show. You can finally try Edge there if you want. You can order it at myedgedrink.com. Delicious, smooth, and zero aftertaste. If you come out to walk-ons in Kendall, listen, pour a little Edge and a little vodka, and you'll remember me forever. And you're gonna go, wow, this is my favorite drink from here on out. On Friday night, I was outside in the backyard with the wife, hanging out, and we were having drinks and playing a little golf and all that. And I was enjoying my Edge with my Grey Goose, man. It's my favorite drink right there, Edge and Grey Goose. So go to myedgedrink.com. Delicious, smooth, and zero aftertaste. Only 78 calories. Order it anywhere you're at. Go to myedgedrink.com. Support the great people that support us, Edge Energy Drink. And, of course, the finest energy drink on the planet with zero aftertaste. myedgedrink.com. Thomas says a spotter should only be able to have the player looked at and not making a decision. If anything, have the doctors examining the player to be able to use a replay to make a decision. Look, my problem with all this spotter bullshit that the NFL is coming up with, because they're trying to, play the PR game. How many times have any of us done any kind of exercise or effort or whatever, and we might be a little winded or we might be whatever, and you might have a little lack of balance when you're getting up or catching your breath or whatever, and then you're back to normal again. So is that going to be ataxia? Because you're playing football. So you ran 60 yards. You broke a couple tackles. A guy tackles you, okay, and you fall to the ground. You didn't hit your head, but you're a little winded and you kind of get up a little bit, and then you kind of shake it off and then you jog right back to that happens to everybody in every walk of life and anything that they're doing. I don't care if it's a construction worker that has to carry a whole bunch of, pieces of whatever it is, and it weighs 80 pounds, and the guy's going up 3 flights of steps, and then he puts it down, and he's like, whoa. And then he gathers himself. So is that ataxia? You tell me. Yes, Sean.
No, I was going to say, because when you started talking about that, I thought about yesterday during the Jerome Baker press conference they had yesterday, which is on our YouTube channel. He was asked because Braxton Berrios, got hit in the back of the neck. He took the knee, stayed down a little longer, then he got up fine, and he wasn't taken out of the game. So now is that going to become a thought in the player's mind that, hey, if I'm a little woozy now, let me just stay down on a knee, look like I'm doing maybe tying shoes, whatever it's going to be at that point. But as long as they don't stand up quickly, look wobbly, they're not going to come out of the game.
Right. But my point is, we all can weeble and wobble at anything after an exhausting effort. Brother, I don't care if it's sex. Okay? I don't care if you've been working it in bed for several minutes. And then, when the happy ending comes and you get up, you might be a little lightheaded. You might be a little worn out. And then you gather yourself. Right? It doesn't matter what it is. Think about it. How many times you can put effort into a lot of things that will wear you out for a moment. And you'll have your what's defined as ataxia. You know what I mean? And you didn't hit your head. So is that what's going to happen? Because Teddy Bridgewater didn't hit his head? Just because, why? Because he got hit? Because he got slammed? So what? It's football. Dolphins got screwed last week. Like, screwed royally last week. Like, that was disgusting what they did to the Dolphins last week. That's irresponsible by the NFL. Teddy Bridgewater worked hard all week to get ready for that game. The coaching staff worked hard to get ready for that game. They game planned with Teddy. And an irresponsible decision takes him out. And let me repeat it again. You know, Rappaport can say conservative. I'll say irresponsible. Okay? I'm not tied to any corporate entity. They can kiss my ass. That was irresponsible what they did to the Dolphins last week. That was disrespectful what they did to the Dolphins last week. Those men work hard to get ready for that game, to play with their quarterback, and you took him away for no reason at all. And for no reason at all, he's not practicing today. So you're hurting the Miami Dolphins football team for no reason at all, for simply because you want to appease the lynch mob, because you want to appease our soft-ass society that wants to police something that they don't play in, and that they're not tough enough to play in, and that they don't understand. These guys chose it. And if their motor skills look just fine, put their asses back out there on the field. That's what they're paid to do. You know what you're going to do? You're going to bandage up his knee, and you're going to send him right back out there onto the battlefield. And I'm talking about a soldier. So give me a break. It's just disgusting. To be quite honest with you. Razzle Dazzle Crypto says, unfortunately, there's a side where the spotter and medical staff will be afraid to lose their jobs now due to the optics. Exactly. Big O, hard to argue against the NFL, and media has it for the Dolphins and Tua in particular. Frankie wants to be a spotter. What's the starting pay for the position? Michael Gouda says, guaranteed Tom Brady, Mahomes, or Josh Allen will never be removed under the ataxia rule. Symptoms of the state of society today: need to quit trying to control others and just worry about ourselves. Exactly. Red Skeleton says, if we want to mitigate the damage of the spotting, we need to push the concept and ability of this actual causing the rigging of games, either by error or nefarious means. Mr. Spock says, Finns have a target on their football back for sure. From league and media, we fans can thank Mr. Ross for part of that perception. God, that guy, Stephen Ross. Big O, that's what he's trying to say. Just use the spotter as a precautionary identifier, identifying the player that might be woozy, take him out one play and have the doctors check him out and have the final say. Yeah, but the problem is all these doctors and all these spotters, they're all going to take the cautious approach now. And even if he doesn't, they don't want to take the chance because now it's their jobs. I'm sorry, dude. You're going to have to play hurt. That's kind of what this game is all about. So, Kirk Gibson, yeah, you're injured. You can't go back in there. Okay, well, then I guess we won't win the World Series. You know? And you telling me that Teddy had a head injury, but he didn't have a head injury, so he can play. I'm so against this. It takes away from the game. I watched the Dolphins. They helped the NFL, assisted in helping the Dolphins lose last week. And to me, that's unacceptable. Remember, you can make a donation through Cash App or Venmo, Cash Big O Show, and even on Cash App, you can donate Bitcoin there, which we always love Bitcoin over the cash. So if you want to donate some Bitcoin, you can definitely do that. I don't mind. And as always on Cash App or Venmo, we get the 100% of the donation. You can also do it on the super chat there on YouTube, but we only get 70% of it because YouTube takes 30% there. Remember, you can also reach out to us on our Welt and Realm text line, another way to comment on the show at 855-912-27 1056. That's 855-912-1056 if you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line, and also on Twitter at Big O Show. That's the other way that you can reach out to us, also is on Twitter at Big O Show. Coach is live. You want to get the coach? Is Coach live? Or maybe we wait till it's done completely and then we'll play the whole thing. How about that? You want to do that? I think that might be better. Big O, did you see Adriana Chechik break her back when she leaped into one of those foam pits? No. I don't even know who Adriana Chechik is. Oh, there we go. Let's go to the coach.
Even if he clears protocol this week.
Yeah, was there some saltiness with that? Some MD? Sorry, I was laughing at that. So, no, it'll be exciting for today because as you know, really in these situations, you are relying on all medical advice and what people can do. And what I've been told is he can go out and throw and do some individual work this week. So, or today. So that's exciting for everybody just because, really we just miss his personality. He's a guy that we rely on, that not to mention all of his play and all that stuff. Now, when talking about this week and playing, I don't see a scenario. I don't see him being active, and I'm not gonna. I do not plan to have him play at all. It's something that this whole process is a little tricky. And today he's just getting back to playing football for the first time in 2 weeks. He hasn't been on a field playing football in 2 weeks. So today the focus is, again, I'm not trying to get ahead of myself and think about the Z component. I'm worried about A, and A is getting him on the field and having him throw a football and being around his teammates. And that's what today's step is. And then moving forward, we'll go about 12 to 24 hours, right? But I can say with certainty that he's not going to be playing this Sunday.
What's the update on Bridgewater?
What's the update on Bridgewater? Bridgewater, Teddy, right? Teddy is currently progressing through the protocol. He feels good. His the soreness on his pec is getting better. But in this stage of the protocol, he is unable to do anything football related with his team. So you guys will, when you guys are out there, I'm sure you'll see him, but he won't be, with the rest of the guys. He'll be on the side working with the trainers and trying to progress through this stage of the protocol as deemed.
Does that automatically mean, or likely mean, that Skyler is going to be the quarterback Sunday?
No. So the really that Teddy's whole week is going to be he's just getting back and able to do and work with the trainers today. Tomorrow he'll be able to do a little bit of football in a limited capacity, and as a result, we'll be moving forward with planning on starting Skylar Thompson this week.
You mentioned Teddy will be able to do limited tomorrow. Mm-hmm. If I'm correct, would that be stage 3 of where he is in the process?
The stages are a foreign language to me. I don't really keep up with them because it's very simple. You're dealing with all these medical professionals that are giving you instructions on what someone's allowed to do. And what I do know is he's allowed to do non-contact football tomorrow in a limited capacity. So he's that's where we're at. I'm not really sure what stage that is, but that it's the stage, as I understand it, is that he can play a little football, but it can't be in any sort of situations where he can engage in contact, and thus it has to be a very limited role.
Scenario and what? Oh, go ahead. Yeah, in regards to that, I know that position is different than others because of the prep during the week.
Mm-hmm.
If he is, for say, cleared or Friday or Saturday, what's your comfort on being able to play without having much full practice?
But that's a tricky question. As long as everything goes to plan, with regard to his protocol procedure, I'm very confident that he'll just in Teddy in general, and so he'll be active for the game in that scenario and be backing up Skylar.
With Tua, that report that Barry so eloquently described, it said that even if Tua is cleared, that he will not play on Sunday. Was that accurate? And if so, what's the threshold between being cleared medically and being you comfortable putting it back at risk?
So that it is accurate in that there is a definite scenario that he will be cleared before Sunday's game, but in this particular scenario with regard to him, like I just said, he hasn't done a thing on the football field for literally 2 weeks. So I don't think that wouldn't be fair to the player. That wouldn't be fair to the team. I think that's something that that I don't feel comfortable putting him in that situation. So I guess whatever Barry's sources are, they're pretty accurate, and I need to find out who your sources are.
No, I was citing a report from Raptors.
Those are
their report.
So you got some big time sources, huh?
Well, I think everyone in the room saw the report.
Oh.
Mike, if Tua's not going to play on this Sunday, is the target for him to play in the Steelers game?
I'm just trying. I'm excited to get him on the football field and see. There's some progressions we have to make in terms of, hey, he has to throw a pass. As far as his exact timeline of when he's going to play, I'll be excited to consider that whenever that comes up. Right now, I'm just really focused on him getting out there and feeling good and being around his teammates, and those types of decisions aren't in the immediate future. Right now, I'll handle that when that comes after. Let's just get through this week and see where we're at, is basically the way that I look at it.
And the report said that Tua was evaluated by 4 independent specialists.
Mm-hmm.
I guess the first time after the Bills game, you were confident in the evaluations that happened. I guess, how do you feel now about the evaluations about where Tua is that he can practice today and is clear to practice?
Well, again, I as a football coach, you want to make decisions based upon information, and I'm much more comfortable making decisions in my area of expertise. So it's one of the reasons why we were excited to get some of the best, most renowned people in their field of expertise and get their opinions on, and so that I'll be relying on those exclusively, because I do not fashion myself as a brain expert. So that's one of the reasons you get multiple opinions, and you see the most skilled, highly prepared, schooled, and knowledgeable professionals that you can get your hands on, so that you can have the most information possible from experts and not laymen's.
give us updates on, some of the injuries, but X, Armstead, Tyreek, on.
I think that was 3. X and Armstead need the whole week. You'll see X out there today. I don't think you'll see Armstead, but that's one of those situations that it's kind of become the norm, hasn't it? But we just kind of have to take it day by day. So I know they'll do the best they can to move forward and play the game, because I know it's eating at them. And then the third, Tyreek Hill, he's he'll be out there today. He's going to get some work in, and he won't be practicing with a boot on.
Coach, on Monday, you had alluded to your captains kind of embracing that role of team captain, coming off these 2 losses and some adversity here this season. What are you hoping to see from those guys this week?
Well, I'm hoping to see them. I think we had 3 out of our 7 captains last game play the entirety of the game. So I'm hoping to see them, one, but also this is, as I've stated to you guys, but I've stated to the team, this is not something that is foreign to NFL teams. You lose 2 in a row. That's the adversity that in one way, shape, or form happens to every single team. And captains need to help lead people in the direction out of that. So how do you do that tangibly? A multitude of ways. I really put a lot of pressure on those guys to make it their team, because it is. So, one example that I was pumped about is, I think you guys will have an open locker room today. Tyreek and the captains decided that they wanted to take a step forward with all of their opponent prep with regard to the team and their preparation with our game plans in general. So he made the move to take the ping pong tables out of the locker room. That to me is leadership. To me, leadership is acting, not talking. There's a bunch of different examples from those guys, and that's why they're captains, and that's why I rely on them, because it's about solving problems, not complaining about them. And they collectively, as a group of players, wanted more time investment during the week on their jobs for Sunday. So instead of just saying it, they did something about it, and that's the whole reason that I really have a lot of love for those guys.
I wanted to ask you about Skylar, because some coaches would start the veteran even on limited work as opposed to the rookie. What gives you the confidence that he's able to handle that moment?
What gives me the confidence is that I wouldn't do it if I didn't think the team would agree in terms of their confidence for him. You're always trying to keep the pulse of how everyone feels. The quarterback's job is to make people better, and he's, as you guys have noticed, as a lot of people have noticed, he's not the run-of-the-mill rookie. But also, like, it's not just about the quarterback. It's about a collective group of individuals working together, and he's going to have the opportunity to have all the full speed reps this week because of the position that Teddy is in the protocol, and we're very fortunate to have 3 quarterbacks that our guys really believe they can operate at a high level with. So it wasn't that difficult of a decision for me to make in this set of circumstances.
When will you make a decision on Reed Sinnott and whether you need to have a third quarterback available on game day?
Yeah, I think the way things are going, it's probably going to be later in the week because I can't wait what's in store for me today. There's a lot of moving pieces, especially when you have, limited game day active situation and with all the guys that really strain to make it on game day with all of our bumps and bruises that compounds that whole decision a little bit. So you end up having to take the week to kind of process everything, see where people are at, see, to make sure that those guys feel healthy. And, if the need is necessary, that does come at a cost to another roster spot for that game day active. So you have to assess where that comes from, what groups can afford that. And, so there's a lot of different variables that go into that equation.
What's one teaching point that maybe you could share with us that you've given to Skylar after his first real game action going into this week?
I guess when I talked to him yesterday, I talked to all those guys yesterday. One thing I said to him is that, you take stuff, you learn stuff, but you also have to understand what the situation was last week. I want you, he was, there were some things that he was definitely happy with. He definitely left the game feeling like, just like he thought in the preseason, that he's an NFL player, but also that, I made sure to, hey, look at these 10 plays that I know you're not happy with. Okay, what's this common denominator? There was some footwork stuff. There was some timing stuff, all of which you can kind of connect to. That was his first live full speed rep of, that footwork, that concept, that, that progression. So this week you're going to be afforded all of those full speed reps. Understand that game is that game. Take it for what it is. You got basically your first start out of the way. This week you have a great opportunity to hone in on the details of all the things you'll be asked to do on Sunday. And so move forward with that and gain confidence with that, because if that's the worst that we'll see, which, you talk about controlling the controllables, and you can, if you're going into a game, especially as a rookie, completely blind without reps, if that's the worst you're going to do, we're all right. So you should get confidence in an ironic way from that game, that you, without a shadow of a doubt, can play up to your own personal standard. And that I wanted him to, because to me, that's a big deal. And it made me confident in him that he was able to do what he did, own the game plan, and be a pretty darn good decision maker without having anything full speed of that given game plan, which, in this game, in the National Football League, the difference between that is the difference between an interception or a completion. So timing is everything. This full speed work is vitally important. And I know he's going to make the best of it this week. So be excited and just go after it, because everybody believes in you.
Quickly, Mike, did I hear you correctly when you said that if Teddy clears protocol, that he would be backing up Skylar?
If there's no setbacks and he clears protocol, yes, he'll be backing up.
What kind of impact can that have for Skylar on the field? Because, on Sunday he goes in, first game action, no teammate, or I guess no quarterbacks on the sideline with him. How big of a difference will having somebody in the room on the sideline?
Huge, because in a game experience for a quarterback, you get coached. There's a lot of stuff going on, and you're taking in information from 1, 2, 3 voices. But then when you have a peer that has gone through it and has seen it, that translation, it might be one word, it might be a pat on the back, that teammate support is a very immensely huge thing for a player like that. And that's the great thing about that room, that we really really, I hope, all the rooms on our team can really be inspired by that group, because they support each other, they make each other better, and it will make a definitive difference for sure. Having that support from his brother on the sidelines this week, because it was a lonely sidelines last week. All Skylar had to talk to was Bevel and myself, and we're great guys, but not that great at conversations. Thank you.
The self-deprecating one. That is Mike McDaniel with the shocker of all shockers. So Skylar Thompson will start for the Miami Dolphins. Teddy Bridgewater will back up as long as he goes through protocols. And that is a real pisser, I got to tell you. So a spotter screws up last week, takes out Teddy Bridgewater, who did not suffer a concussion, now is in protocol. And because of the protocol, it limits what he can do throughout the week. So now that forces you to play your third, because he's got to go through these bullshit protocols to then be cleared for a concussion that he doesn't have, and now to be the backup. That's screwed up. But this is what I'm also going to tell you. This is why Tua's practicing this week, because they want to get through the bullshit that they had to get through with Teddy, now with Tua. So next week, he goes back to regular practice because, he went through the whole week last week. No setbacks, no nothing. And then this week, boom, he's ready to go. So I think this is why they're doing this, because if they start next week with this process, then he'll miss the Pittsburgh game. So they bring Tua back now. He probably could have played last week, and get him through what they're doing with Teddy now. So then next week, it's not limited. This week was the limited. So this is kind of what I'm reading or seeing through the trees. And that's what I think this team is doing now. So as frustrated as you are that Teddy is not starting this week because of the ridiculous call of a spotter last week, so it cost you the Jets game, because you could have had Teddy. You should have had Teddy the entire game for the Jets. So now the spotter's decision rolls into the Vikings game. So then the Dolphins see what the protocols do, and they say, well, we need to combat that by, hey, he's cleared everything. He's seen 4 specialists. Let's get him out on the field now, and let's get through the Teddy process with Tua this week so we're ready for next week. Wow. That's crazy stuff. That's screwed up. Okay? And this rule is absolutely screwed up. Okay? But we'll talk to a guy that benefited from the rule on Monday night. Yeah, because his favorite team is the Kansas City Chiefs. And Chris Jones and all, right? Let's get to Matt Verderam, and let's step into the huddle.
I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
Let's huddle up with Fanside National NFL reporter Matt Verderam. The huddle is brought to you by RedRecover.com. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment anywhere you go. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about Red Light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Here's NFL reporter Matt Verderam.
All right. There he is. All right, Matt. Well, you stepped into the bullpen in the middle of this press conference. It seems like he's been hitting this press conference right before our segment now, the last couple of weeks. And we just talked, you just heard me talk about this spotter rule, which you guys really benefited from it also on Monday nights.
Oh my God, I was going to say benefited from it.
I'm being sarcastic.
It'd be one of the worst calls in NFL history. The funny thing is, actually, I was texting with someone around the team about this yesterday. I thought that call did benefit them ultimately because it whipped that crowd into a frenzy. They were deader than hell at 17-7.
Okay. All right.
And that game completely changed from an emotional standpoint when that happened. Now, look, obviously they didn't benefit from it in the sense they would have had the ball on a fumble and everything else, but they beat up on the Raiders pretty good after that call. And I think the crowd getting into it. By the way, the second half of that game, after that penalty, Carl Cheffers did not call one penalty on the Chiefs the entire rest of the game, except for a false start, which you had to call, and an illegal motion, which you had to call. They called nothing the entire rest of the game against Kansas City.
Yeah. Hey, listen, to me, I'll blame McDaniel every day of the week. Go for the tie on the road, bro. You don't go for. I disagreed with that 2-point call for me.
Yeah,
just
a
take
lot of
the
people
tie
do.
at the moment. Stay in the game. You're on the road. Don't take those kind of chances. You had enough time. You could, but whatever. It is what it is. But you just heard the breaking news now. And so Skylar Thompson will end up starting. So this spotter who clearly screwed up, okay? I know, whatever, dude. I slept at a Holiday Inn last night, so I am a doctor now. Okay. Teddy Bridgewater showed no effects whatsoever. And let me tell you something. This rule is such bullshit, Matt. Because let me ask you, Matt. So you got to grab let's say 50 pounds of rice. And the elevator is broken, but you got to go up 8 flights of steps. So you got to go 8 flights of steps. Your mom needs the rice. She's got this big-ass cookout doing. Matt Verderam's a good son. Mom, I'm going to get you the rice. You're going to go up 8 flights of steps. When you put down that rice, you know what? Ataxia might set in. Because it sets in for all of us if you ran 2 miles, if you ran 40 yards, broke 2 tackles, and then got hit. Didn't hit your head, but you hit down the ground. Like any of us, you kind of get worn out. You might lose a little bit, but you get yourself back on track within a couple of seconds or whatever. So you're telling me that this call now by some dude on the sideline or some woman on the sideline all of a sudden is going to decide the fate of your football team. Not only for 1 week now we're learning it's 2 weeks. Because look, Teddy didn't suffer a concussion. Miami could have had him for the entire Jets game. Maybe win that game. You never know, dude. I think the Dolphins took a lead right at the end of the third quarter with a field goal. It was a tight game for 3 quarters. It was just the mistakes with a third-string quarterback, and they blew him out in the fourth quarter. But you could have had him for that week, and you could have had him for this week. Now the spotter's decision is a 2-week penalty for a team. Talk to me, my brother. This is crazy.
Look, I think the NFL is trying to correct, frankly, what I think most people believe happened with Tua in the Buffalo game. And now you're to a point where
you're overcorrecting it.
You're probably overcorrecting this. Yes. Like I think I don't mind that the spotter has an opportunity to say, hey, look, let's get this guy checked. But then check him. And if he passes protocols, then he can play. Like that's where I have a problem with this. You're going to have this where now you're putting this in the hands of people who, okay, look, hopefully are qualified and everything else to make these calls of, hey, this person should be checked out. That's fine. But at some point, you need to then turn it over to go through these protocols. And the problem is the Dolphins were supposed to do that with Tua against the Bills. There's a lot of conjecture back and forth as to whether or not he was properly checked out. He then gets hurt.
But maybe he did check out.
I don't.
That's the other thing that we listen.
I don't
maybe
know.
he was concussed. I thought he was concussed in the Buffalo game for sure.
I thought he was,
but
I don't know.
But everybody's different, dude.
Right.
He could shake that stuff off, and the way he played in the second half, it didn't look like it affected him at all.
Let's be honest. This is a two-pronged thing. This is because most people feel that he was concussed in that Bills game, and that he should not have come back in. That's number one. Number two is what happened to him in Cincinnati happened to be very graphic, and it was on national television. And the NFL is an optics league, and say, look, there's no way in hell we're going to be caught flat-footed again with this, and we're going to overcorrect. Look, that's why, not to change subject here, that's why Grady Jarrett and Chris Jones are penalized this weekend, okay? Falling on a quarterback. I mean, look, I'm 34 years old. I've watched the league since I was a little kid in the 90s. Can you imagine like Derek Thomas falling on John Elway and then throwing a flag and just being like, that's it, 15 yards in the ball? No, of course not. But what happens is, so like for a better example, Brady gets hit by Bernard Pollard, tears his ACL. Next year, can't hit a quarterback below the knee, right? I mean, that's it. They will do anything to protect these quarterbacks from the teams, from opponents, and that's where we are, right, wrong, and different. I think that's the NFL is going to do everything it can to make sure it looks good and to try to keep quarterbacks on the field. And right now, the Dolphins are dealing with those consequences.
But it's unacceptable, man. It's unacceptable to lose Teddy for 2 weeks now, while you're out of your starter. And dude, I got 6 quarters have turned like some of the Dolphin fan base, like and it's like, okay, so wait a minute, you haven't played with one of your starting corners all season. Now you lose the other guy who's a shutdown complete corner in X, and you haven't been playing with one of your tackles. Now you lost your franchise tackle in Armstead, and then you lost your franchise quarterback. I don't know how you overcome all of that stuff.
You don't.
It's just so then you're down to your third quarterback with third string tackles and second string tackles and backup corners, and it just gets crazy. And because it's only 6 quarters, mind you, because it's the second half of the Cincinnati game and the Jets, I've got a portion of Dolphin Nation just losing their minds. And Matt, I'm trying to tell them, well, wait a minute, hold on, dude. If you could get some of these guys back in the next week or two, things will change. Remember, they were undefeated with those guys. I'm trying to walk people off the ledge here. Am I being too homerish, or am I being objective here?
I mean, look, they're not going to overcome this while all these guys are out. They're not. Like they would need Minnesota to fall apart on Sunday to lose to Skylar Thompson and a bunch of backups. I mean, now look, it is Minnesota. Minnesota is the NFC's answer to the Chargers, and so anything is possible. But no, they need to get healthy. But that's not a knock. Like if Buffalo lost Josh Allen and Case Keenum, they'd stink. Okay, if the Chiefs were playing with Shane Buechele, they'd stink right now. Like I mean, that's reality. So they need to get healthy. They need to try to survive. The good news for the Dolphins is after this Vikings game, their schedule's easy for a while. So they should be able to build back. Look, I don't think anybody realistically thought they're winning the division. They're not going to win the division. But if they get into the process of a wild card team, that's fine.
It's about getting in the playoffs. It's about a wild card.
I still believe that they will make the playoffs as long as they can just get healthy. I think they will be a playoff team.
Yeah, me too. I believe that too. I believe that they'll end up making the playoffs. And you agree with me, because you were there in the bullpen, that the Dolphins said, "Oh shit, look what happened with Teddy. We have a 2-week thing. Let's get through this week with Tua so he's ready for next week to play with the Steelers." You agree with that, right?
I think the plan, it seems that they're trending toward playing him next week as long as he doesn't have to step back. Yeah, I think that the idea would be, I think the idea is,
but if you start the light workouts next week, he won't play against the Steelers. Like
you're better off if he's cleared to do it. Let him get a week under his feet, or under his belt. Let him get on his feet and let him go through all this stuff. Make sure he's good, because you don't want to have happen is not practice this week if he's cleared to do it, and then you say, well, we'll give him another week, and then you get in a Wednesday or Thursday next week, and you find out, well, actually, no, he probably can't play this week, and now you're scrambling and you're trying to figure out what you're going to do. So, listen, I'll tell you what, though, the Steelers, man, they could beat the Steelers with Raheem Mostert at quarterback. I mean, the Steelers can't score a point. It's unbelievable how bad the Steelers look. Like, I get they played Buffalo. I understand Buffalo is a juggernaut of a team.
Yeah.
My God, though. I mean, could you do anything? A 98-yard touchdown on the third play of the game. Could you maybe have guarded him? It's bad football.
The clock is ticking now on Dan Campbell.
It's getting louder. I mean, look,
it's year 3. You're 1-4. You're coming off a 29 nothing ass kicking.
Right.
And it's not, and dude, but it's not like Bailey Zappi lit you up. It's really that DeMondre
No.
Stevenson and that defense just punched you in the mouth and dominated you, overall. So I've never been a Dan Campbell believer. He's the guy I want to hang out with, have a beer, bullshit with. But I don't want the rah shit, dude. I saw it with Mike Tice and Ray Rhodes and that rah coach. That doesn't work in the NFL, and so that's why I'm wondering: is this the final season for Dan Campbell and the Lions? You think?
Well, it's year 2, so you're like
year
all
2. Oh, I thought it was 3.
Year 2.
Okay,
Year 2.
my bad.
But I only say that because you wonder with Detroit. He got a 6-year contract. Like, is Detroit willing to eat 4 years? I mean, that's a lot of money.
They are notoriously cheap. Yes,
They are, right? Like, that's why you look at it and go, would Detroit eat 4 years? It's kind of like the Kingsbury thing. Like, if the Cardinals fall off a cliff, they're going to eat that whole extension? Nope, they're not, because Bidwell's not getting all that money. So I wonder about that. Look, I actually liked Campbell, and I still think there's like some hope there. But at some point,
he's likable as hell.
You
Yes,
got it. You've got to get off the field, man. Like, I know New England, everything was the problem. They couldn't score. They couldn't stop anybody. But a lot of the games this year, other than the New England game, they have scored points. They can't stop anybody. Right. And like Aaron Glenn, look, man, I respect Aaron Glenn, but at some juncture, like, you got to be accountable for your unit here. I mean, they can't do anything. And this is a team that invested heavily in the defense in the draft this year. I understand they're rookies, they're kids, it's 5 weeks. You've got to play somewhat better here. I mean, you cannot be getting lit up by New England and by Carson Wentz and by Geno Smith. Geno Smith, give him credit, played great this year. But my God, I mean, at some point here, go off the field. Yeah. I think if you're the Lions, like, you had some friskiness at the beginning of the year. We thought there might be a borderline playoff team. No, they're not. They're 1-4, and they look every bit like the Lions.
Yeah, pretty much. Ron Rivera. He's apologized and all that stuff, and I guess kind of regretted what he said.
Right.
But I'm just wondering, the Freudian slip, was it just a guy that is kind of reaching that? Maybe he didn't think he was going to do it, but he's kind of been through hell personally with cancer.
Sure.
You're working for Dan Snyder and that mess. Yeah. And then you clearly made the wrong decision with a quarterback. And it's just one of those where, and let me tell you something, they have some nice pieces on that team. They got some players on that defense, man. And they've got a couple guys on offense too that you'd like, but it just seems like and he's a really good person. So I'm just wondering if it's a good person getting to a boiling point, almost a frustrating point. You know what I'm saying?
I think it is. Like, Ron Rivera is not a young coach. He's been in the league a long time. He was a player. He was a damn good player for the Bears for a long time. Like, he's been in the NFL his entire adult life. He knows not to go up there and say that it's the quarterback. He knows that. Even if he wants to say that, he knows not to say that. So for him to say it, to me, says he is just at his wit's end with them. And I don't blame him. I mean, think about, you're playing Tennessee at home. It's a huge game for you. You've got to win this game 2-3. You're still alive. You get down at the goal line on a penalty. You score a touchdown, you win. Carson Wentz on first down almost throws one of the worst picks you'll ever see in your life. For anyone who didn't see that play,
that was bad.
He threw the ball straight up in the air like he was trying to throw it into a silo. I mean, thankfully for him, he threw it just far enough that the Tennessee defender couldn't keep his feet in bounds on the interception. And then the next play, he throws an interception. Like, look, Wentz is the kind of guy, he's the Jeff George of today's era, where he's got tantalizing talent, but he's not good. He throws too many picks. He turns off too many people. He makes too many errors. And you walk away going, yeah, he's got a great arm. And he'll make 4 or 5 plays in a game where you're
wowed,
blown away. You're like, wow, what a throw. And then there are 3 or 4 plays in a game where he kills you. He absolutely
and I think it's that he lost his edge because he wasn't that player the first couple of years. He was actually a clutch player. He was a guy that would make the big throws and the big moments and all that. I think all those injuries, I think it took his edge out of him, which happens to a lot of players, that you suffer so many injuries that you're just not the same guy. And then all of a sudden now you're not playing with that same, I don't know, edge or something. You're kind of playing a little scared. And when you play scared, this is what ends up happening. But he wasn't that player the first 2 years. He was freaking all of us out with the kind of playmaking ability he had, dude.
The injuries, I think, certainly, Matt. I mean, look, you can't help but look at it and say before he got hurt, he was going to be the MVP of the league. And after he got hurt, he's never approached that level. But I think the other part of it is, too, with him, he holds on to the ball forever.
Yeah.
And he's always looking to make a big play, always looking to make a big. And when you do that, you inevitably are going to get yourself in trouble. I think you're starting to see that right now, frankly, with Russell Wilson. Now, Russell Wilson has a much more decorated career than Wentz. But Wilson has always been a guy who, kind of like a Fran Tarkenton, it's not that he's going to run for an ungodly amount of yards, although a couple of years in Seattle, he did run for a lot. But he always was great at extending the play and buying time and allowing the play to break down in a way that benefited him. Now, he doesn't do that anymore, but he still holds the football. So you end up with these sacks, and he ends up in 3rd and 19 and 2nd and 15, and you can't. I don't care who you are, unless you are the rare air guy. You getting those down in distances, you're screwed 80, 90% of the time. You're not going to overcome that. And I think you see that with some of these quarterbacks that hold the ball. It becomes a killer for you and a killer for your offense.
All right, before I let you go, are we going to see a suspension for Devonte Adams?
I think we ought to. I think he should get a game. Look, I've seen, and by the way, the mental gymnastics for some of these people. Like, well, if you look at a different angle, what angle do you need? He ran the guy over. Like, I understand.
What happened to excuse me, bro?
Right. I mean, come
That's
on.
it.
And
People
you know
cut in front of you all the time. Yo, be careful. Okay.
If somebody ran in front of me on the street and I gave the guy a forearm shiver, like I am in trouble if that person wants me to be in trouble. Now, I will say
that's
this.
a fight. That's a fight.
I mean, if Adams had knocked the guy over and then immediately been like, "Oh crap, man, I'm sorry," and like picked the guy up, and I don't think we're even having this conversation.
Right.
He runs him over,
it's
and then
one of those where he jumps right in front of you. You kind of trip on him, and he falls, and you're like, "Oh, dude, I'm sorry," and you pick him up.
You're good.
That's a pure mistake by all of us because your momentum carried you into him.
And I think people go, "All right, look, man, he immediately helped the guy out. We're good." He shoves the guy down and just walks right by him. And Adams wasn't running or jogging at that point. He's walking. Like, there's no reason he had to shove the guy. It wasn't like he couldn't stop. Listen, should the guy walked in front of him? No, that doesn't give Adams an excuse to give the guy a 2-arm shiver and knock him into the wall. I mean, I don't know that this guy needs to be filing like a police report over what happened. Okay, but he's probably looking at it and thinking money. But Adams,
I don't blame him, actually.
I get it. I get it. Look, if you're Devonte Adams, fair or not in the world, you are a person of power. You cannot put yourself in that position. That is the world we live in. I think you should get a game. I don't think you should get more than that. I think you should get one game.
Me too. Yeah.
You cannot do that. I don't care that the guy crossed in front of you. People cross. I mean, like,
it's just common decency, dude. We're supposed to. What's supposed to happen there is, whoa, what? Oh, hey, dude, I'm so sorry, and that's it. And one apologizes, the other one understands. Everybody says, "All right, we move on." Whatever happened, dude, we're all human beings. Let's treat each other accordingly. He pushed him to the ground and looked at him like almost like, how dare you get in my way, and just keep going. You know, it's like that was the problem I had with it.
Yeah, he deserves a game. He deserves a game for what he did.
All right, tell him about the podcast, Stacking the Podcast. Let's go.
Right. So we got
Stacking the Box.
Goes up every Tuesday live, noon Eastern, 11 o'clock Central. And of course, you can check it out. It's on the Stacking the Box YouTube page. Just crossed over 5,000 subscribers. Help us get to 6. And then, look, the column comes out Monday. Quarterback rankings are out today. Picks are out tomorrow. Power rankings on Tuesday over on fanside.com and just on my Twitter feed. You can find all of it. So if you are so inclined, it is not hard to feast your eyes on.
There you go. And follow him on Twitter. You see it there. If you don't, because you're listening on the podcast, at Matt Verderam. Matt, as always, thank you, my brother. Appreciate you immensely.
Hey, thanks a lot, Big O. Take care.
You got it. We'll catch up next week. We step out of the huddle.
This has been The Huddle with NFL reporter Matt Verderam. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with their medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about Red Light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being.
All right. There we go. All right. If you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. You can also reach out to us on Twitter. That's at Big O Show. As always, Thomas Pert says it's one thing to have a spotter determine someone's needs to be looked at, but to automatically have them removed from a game and put in protocol is ridiculous. I completely agree, but here's the NFL overcompensating for their incompetence, I guess. You know? What else can I tell you? It's just sad, dude. And the Dolphins get screwed 2 weeks in a row by a spotter. How disgusting is that? Skylar Thompson's going to, and listen, I don't want to make this a bash Skylar Thompson start or whatever, or all that. I'm a Skylar Thompson fan. I just want the kid to, get some education first before you put him out there and throw him to the wolves. Poor kid, you know what I'm saying? At least this week he'll have a whole week to practice. There'll be a game plan for him. He'll have more of an understanding. He's going to have Teddy there with him. He's going to have Tua there with him. I'm sure Tua will be dressed in street clothes, but he'll be there to talk to him. As Mike McDaniel said, that poor kid only had him and Bevel to talk to. So it's good to have Teddy and him there. But this is just disgusting that, we're not going to get Teddy Bridgewater back because this stupid spotter put him in a protocol that he's not supposed to be in. And now that the NFL is trying to just cover their ass for all of this for bad PR, then they're overreacting to all of this. So Josh says Devonte Adams was charged this morning in a municipal court of Kansas City with misdemeanor assault. Good. I'm glad. Why? Because you're an asshole. Devonte Adams, you're an asshole. So I hope they sue your ass. That's all. So you didn't want to apologize the right way. You didn't want to handle it the right way. You didn't want to be a decent human being. Just, excuse me, Devonte, I'm sorry. Everybody moves on. Yeah, but you had to shove him to the ground like, how are you in my way? How dare you? You scum photographer. And then you have a half-ass excuse after that and a half-ass apology. You got to be better than that. We all have to be better than that. Okay? All of us as a society. That's not how we treat other people. Okay? It's just not right. So I hope the NFL sends a nice little, 1-game suspension and a message to him. Leon Fresco says, Skylar versus Cousins. Is this the dueling Spider-Man meme? Red Skeleton says, nah, I hate using judicial means for anything. Jesse K says, what do you say about the fact that there is absolutely no commentary on the Miami situation, just normal anti-Fins sentiment? What do you want me to tell you? I don't know. I'm not listening to any of that stuff. So I'm not, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what it is, but now remember, I don't watch those talk shows. You guys do that. I don't. So you guys worry about what they say at Get Up and what they're saying and what's Undisputed or what's that other one that Cowturd, all those kind of guys. I don't listen to that stuff. I don't care about clickbait shows. It just does nothing for me whatsoever. If I'm going to watch something, it's probably going to be more of a breakdown show, information type show, but the banter type shows, yeah, I have no interest in watching those. But if you guys want to watch that and bog yourselves down, and that's usually where all this negativity comes from, because you hear them and then you repeat it like parrots. And because you hear that they say Tua can't be a passer, then you start saying it, and then all of you look stupid. So what can I tell you? I feel like McDaniel should rest every dinged-up player on the roster this week. We aren't beating the Vikings without Tua, without X, without Armstead, without Jones, and who knows who else. Yeah, but you can't play the game that way. That's the problem. That would be pretty bad. That would be a really bad look for the league and everything. Agree 100%. Skyler will assumingly have a playbook of plays. He knows how to run well. He didn't play bad last week. He did all right, man. For a third stringer, he did all right. I can't expect that much from the kid. But hopefully this week they'll game plan and they'll do things that he's comfortable with, and hopefully I don't know what to tell you, man. I hope it works out. He's a young guy. I can't really put the weight of the world on him. You know what I mean? If somehow they're competitive, fantastic. If they can win, that is freaking awesome, dude. You know what I mean? But I'm not going to sit here and say, oh my God, Skyler has, has got to take this team to the next level and that kind of stuff because I saw it in the preseason. I'm just hoping he plays well. I hope he wins. I hope he shocks us all. You know what I mean? But it's Tyreek. How healthy is he? It's a lot of stuff going on, man. A lot of stuff going on for that young man. It's not an easy thing. We have some breaking news, and I'm glad that you have Essential Moving Experts up here on the program. Why? Because Omar Kelly is making a return to the platform. All right, we weren't sure if he could stay with the platform because of his new gig. And, at first we thought he wasn't going to be able to do it. He's not going to be on with us twice a week like normal, like he used to. But Omar Kelly is returning with our Essential Moving Experts Miami Dolphins report once a week. Okay? Starting next week, Omar Kelly returns to the platform. So we'll tell you what day I'm talking with Omar about it now. Devonte Adams. Okay, no, it's just been charged. Okay. So it's just charged. No suspension yet. Anyway. So Omar Kelly will be back and joining the platform. And we thank the great people at Essential Moving Experts. The movers that listen, Dolphin fans, you're moving anywhere in the country, city to city, state to state, moving your business, whatever. Essential Moving Experts can help you out anywhere in the country. And they're big Dolphin fans, as you can tell. Sean Williams. Sean will be on with us on Friday. Gonna have some fun with Sean. We'll bring him on Friday. But they will be the new sponsors of Omar Kelly's updates now, or his reports every week, once a week now. Okay. Once a week. He's not on the beat every day, so we can't put him on every day. It's not fair to him either. Plus, he's got, a job already that he's doing. But he's following the Dolphins every week, and he keeps following them every day and all that. So we're going to bring him back once a week. So Omar Kelly, baby. We'll tell you what day of the week next week. He's finalizing all of that because I want to make sure we get the right day for him and get it going. So there you go. Omar Kelly, starting next week, returns to the platform thanks to the great people at Essential Moving Experts. There you go. I love it. Anthony says, Big O, so shocking how great NFC East is this year with a sleeper. The Raiders looked amazing on paper. Wow, the Eagles looking great, and Jalen Hurts is taking the next steps. Yeah, I don't know about the next steps yet. They're not there as a passing team. They're still a running team. If you're really watching the games, he's really not yet there, but he's getting better. He's getting better. And hopefully he'll prove me wrong when it's all said and done for his sake, because he's such a fantastic young man. I've never really believed in him as a passer. That I've never really believed in when it comes to Hurts. But we'll see. We'll see. Maybe he does become that passer. Big O, I agree. It would be a bad look for the league, but it has crossed my mind to rest all the dinged up players and basically throw this game. Yeah, no, but that's you can't do that, Jamie. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. And when you throw games like that, you're asking players to give up. They're not going to do that. Coaches don't give up. That tanking stuff, that's stuff that goes on with, executives maybe in front office or whatever, but it's really hard to tell a coach to just quit because that goes on his resume, or players. And then they put that on film and then they've got to explain that. And that's just something that, it's just too hard to tell a player to quit or a coach. It's normally not in their DNA. Okay, of course, we always have lazy people in all walks of life. Lord knows I've run into them in my business a lot. Hooked Up Joe says, people can say what they want about Omar, but the guy that replaced him is a little softball for my taste. No one is perfect. No one will make you happy, my friend. No one will make you happy. Big O, there's still a long way to go. I still think that a 10-7 record can get us a wild card spot. Well, Samuel, I'm not getting off of it. They're going to win 11 or 12 games. But that's just me. That's all right. Big O, can we do a wrestling segment with Sean Stanley once a week? We could, but I'd rather Sean do his own wrestling show because I think that's way more important for him to do a wrestling show. Been busy as hell lately, but it's better for him. But I don't now remember, Frankie, if there's breaking, wrestling news and stuff that's important, we shouldn't talk about it on the show. Sean should. Is there anything like earth shattering you need to talk about there, Sean? At the moment?
No, I mean, wrestling wise, Bray Wyatt returned, but there's nothing like earth shattering.
There you go.
It's not like sports where, records are being broken and things like that. So,
right. But if something happens, and if you guys have a wrestling question, I never have a problem with Sean chiming in and addressing an issue, a question, or anything like that. So if you guys ever have that, I have no problem. While I am a wrestling idiot and I don't know nothing about wrestling, but I am wrestling friendly. I get it, dude. I have no problem with that whatsoever. I'm not a gamer, but I understand that gaming's enormous. Hell, when we were at Onsite, I was trying, and even 1210, trying to create an E segment, which I believe it's something that you can do. I believe you can do E segments and E shows. I think it's something that is needed in today's world now. Just because I don't do it doesn't mean that's, oh my God, it's not the right thing to do. You got to be open-minded and you got to understand that other people have other interests. So if you guys ever have a wrestling concern or anything like that, you can always send it in. We got an expert with Sean. So, yeah, I have no problem with that. I'm not the expert. I can never answer any of your questions. I can give you bad predictions and things like that, but that dude there, this guy next to me, that's the guy you got to ask right there. There you go. Let's see. It figures Omar comes back just in time to give us his negative viewpoint. Was not here at the beginning of the season, still banned from the Tua. Oh, no. He'll never be allowed on the Tua bandwagon. Okay, no, he got off of that. All right, no, he's not. We're not allowing him on the Tua bandwagon. Okay, we're bringing him back because we love him. He's a brother of mine, so I got nothing but love for Omar. But the Tua bandwagon party, no, he's not allowed on it. Joe Shad's not allowed on it. Alan Poupart's not allowed on it. Marcel and Cam, we'll give those guys a break. Okay? Because they weren't negative Nellies about Tua. But Poupart, come on. We can't allow Poupart on the while we're headed to the Super Bowl having something. No. Poupart will be on the side watching us. Cruise by. We'll wave at him with the trophy in our hands. That's all. Lots of people. Joe Rose, you're out. No shot you'll ever get on the Tua bandwagon. I know who they are. And they're not getting on the Tua bandwagon ever. That's it. You made your bed, right? You talked all your stuff. Couldn't do it. Well, there you go. Omar, no bandwagon for you. Exactly, Mr. Youngblood. That's how it goes. Let's see. Is that true? Only 158 likes? Come on. Yeah, 163. Come on, let's go. We got 476 watching. Please hit that like button. It really helps get the algorithms going, and it gets the show out there. It's really important, man. I don't know why it affects people that they get onto the show and then they can't hit the like button. I never understand that. When I go on YouTube and I watch other shows, I always hit the like button. If I like the show, if I'm watching it, or maybe that's what it is. Maybe out of the 479, only 163 like it and the rest don't like it. And they're just, maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what they're telling me, that they don't like the show. They're watching and it's not worth hitting the like button. It's like, we're watching. You bring us all these insiders. Sean does a marvelous job of putting together the show and all that, but we're not giving you a like. Sad. So sad. Big O, if Skylar lights it up, get ready for certain fans to call in for Tua to stay on the bench. Let's see. I can so see Ross trying to meet with the spotter and costing Miami's other first-round pick. That would be so Dolphins. Listen, I know you're saying it jokingly, but you never know. There could be some truth to that when it comes to Ross, because, he does some stupid things. George Cuello says, I just liked it. Thank you, George. Appreciate that. Very nice of you. Skylar isn't capable to light it up yet. He's a project. Now, wait, Andy, hold on a second. He is a project. I agree with you. There's a good chance he's not going to light it up. But crazier shit has happened. Sometimes quarterbacks, or anybody, sometimes it just goes your way. Sometimes you go to the casino and you can't answer it, dude. You go to the craps table and you are just on a roll. You sit there in the poker or blackjack tables and somehow or another, most of the calls are going your way. You play the pickup basketball game and that day you're hot. So to say that Skyler for sure won't light it up, I'm never going to say that. Now, is Skyler in a position to carry your team and your franchise and to bail you out? No, of course not. I mean, you would need Tom Brady. And how many times has that happened in the last 20 years? One time. It may never happen again in the next 20 to 30 years. But it happened one time with Tom Brady. So that you're not going to get that. But lots of quarterbacks, Matt Flynn, whoever, they've had moments where you're like, whoa, wow, great day for him. And that could happen to Jay Fiedler. It can happen to Matt Moore. It can happen to any quarterback. I remember Jay came in a game against the Redskins, and he threw like 3 touchdowns in the second half. He just came out and he was dealing. Sometimes things go your way. So don't put Skyler in a corner like he can't have a good game. Can he bail you out in a season? That I'll tell you no. That's not going to happen. That happened once with Tom Brady. Not going to happen anymore. Okay? That's it. But to say that a game or two things can't go your way, oh, it can happen. I've seen it happen. Timmy Smith rushed for, I don't know what it was, 220 yards or something in the Super Bowl. And you never heard from Timmy Smith before or after. Just one of those things. Can't answer it. Can't explain it. But there he is, having the moment of his life. So I've watched players have the moment of their lives at times. I've watched players come in and have a game or two in a season where they were just absolutely phenomenal. So I'm going to hold out a little hope that magic happens and Skyler has a decent game. Is there a good chance that he doesn't? Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, good chance. But I wouldn't say that it's 100% that you're not going to get a great performance out of Skyler. It might just be his day, man. You just never know. Sometimes the ball bounces your way, and it's a beautiful thing. And listen, considering how shitty things have been the last couple of weeks, the Dolphins deserve a break or two. Michael Garrity, thank you, sir, for the super chat. He says, thanks for shutting down the haters. I mean, it's not a matter of shutting them down. It's just a matter of, I don't know, trying to bring a little bit more logic to it. I just think that the extremes for Tua's, descriptions have been just crazy. And it's just people go from one extreme to another, and it's just unfair to him. GM Hindsight, thank you, sir, for the love in the super chat. He says Skyler has, at the very least, played at a level of deserving an NFL roster spot. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm a huge Skylar Thompson fan, dude. I love what I saw from this kid in the preseason. And let me tell you, I thought he did all right this past week, considering the situation. I know he made his mistakes, but he's a baby. He's an infant. We're polluted with Tom Brady. And if there was 10 of those examples, then I'd tell you, oh, well, you never know. But come on, man. He needs a lot of work, and hopefully he'll get it along the way and get better over the next year or two. Good thing about let me tell you, there is something really good about starting and getting this experience. You do want to develop him into a backup quarterback next year. Who told you this? Who told you when they drafted him? When they drafted Skylar Thompson, you can go back and look at those draft shows and the shows right after the draft. And, my information then is the same information now. They drafted him with the intentions of developing him into a backup quarterback for next year. And you really don't expect him to play this year. Well, guess what? Now he's going to play his second game. So not only do you get to develop him behind the scenes in practice and training camp, maybe during the week, you'll have him scout team, all that. Now he's got real game action under his belt. That's priceless in itself. And that helps out a little bit more. So if he does progress, maybe the vision that they had for him of drafting him and developing him at least into a backup next year, maybe that turns into reality. And part of that turning into reality is unfortunate what's happened now. The injuries have opened the door, or a terrible spotter has opened the door for him to play. So if you want some kind of silver lining in all of this, it is very important you develop him, because remember, ladies and gentlemen, we all want those of us that are Dolphin fans, we want them to win. We want them to succeed. You're spending $6.5 million on Teddy Bridgewater. Next year, you're going to only spend a couple $100,000 on Skylar Thompson to be your backup. $6.5 million or a couple $100,000. What's going to be better for the cap? I wonder. So if you want like a little silver lining in all of this, this helps out in the development of your future of your backup quarterback. And it's not so bad, because worst case scenario, if you lose and you're 3-3 and you do get Tua back, you can go on a run and start winning games. So just relax. Season's not over. This is not the time to panic. This team was kicking ass when everybody was healthy. Can we just be patient, hang in there? Let's see what happens when they get healthy again. Let's see. Let's see how things change. Let's get Byron Jones back too. That would be absolutely beautiful. Not only get X back, but get Byron Jones back. Let's, and if Austin Jackson has made improvements, if he can be even better than what we're watching now, and you get Teron Armstead back, then all of a sudden that changes. I still say Michael Dieter over Eichenberg, but that's the one that I'm still kind of there. We'll see. All right, 1 hour down. We got 2 hours down. We got one more to go right here on the Big O Radio Show.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CFs, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com. Statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Final hour of the program. Hope you all are doing well. David Dwork, congratulations. Nathan Reese, newest addition to the Dwork family. He's cute too. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Congratulations, David. It's very, very cool. Why do people think we can't beat Minnesota? They play awesome at home, but not so well on the road. I've got the Fish this weekend. Miami can, things have to go your way, but they can win the game. It's not one of those where if they can stay away from all the silly mistakes and the turnovers, it was a battle with the Jets. They had it right there for 3 quarters. And then all the silly mistakes happened, and that's how they took advantage, short fields, turnovers, all that. And sure enough, they ended up blowing out Miami, but it wasn't, it wasn't like my man, like my man Cameron was describing practically a blowout, an ass kicking on Sunday. And I was like, yo, hey, wait a minute. No, that was just a close game for 3 quarters. It was a terrible 4th quarter. I'll give you that. It was a destructive, implosive, wheels fell off, 4th quarter, whatever you want to describe it as, a disaster, whatever. Yeah, it was bad, but it wasn't a whole game thing. It wasn't like they were getting trashed for 3 quarters. No, they were right there with them. It was just 1 quarter that went completely awry. That game was not as it wasn't the route that it looked. Put it that way. It's like when you watch the FSU NC State game this week, that game wasn't as close as it looks. 24-17 now. FSU dominated. They got a garbage touchdown at the end to close the gap. Sometimes the score is also misleading. And again, I think some of you out there, you think about it, and it's the second half of the Bengals game. And I said 6 quarters, and you guys are panicking. Really, it's the second half of the Bengals game and the 4th quarter against the Jets. That's what's got a lot of you out there. You got your panties in a bunch, as we say. They've just got to find a way to play a little bit more clean football, and maybe they give themselves a chance this week. It's going to be super, super tough to win with Skylar Thompson. But I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, my God, they lost this game already. They got no shot. Some of you want them to tank and all that. No way, man. No way. You got a shot. Minnesota's not this juggernaut that, oh, my God, you should be afraid of and all that. It's not the way I look at that team. Giovanni says it was a battle and we gave them points on penalties the first half. Take those away, we were fine. Yeah, I'm with you. Edwin says Bridgewater will be backing up Thompson. Maybe coach sees something. No, it's just that he's limited in the practices, so he can't go through all the game plan. So since they're going to use Tyler throughout, I guess he figured that giving Teddy limited practices doesn't give him a feel as a coach for how it looks. So if he can only be limited in what he can do starting tomorrow, and Friday's really not a real practice. I don't know if you guys know that, but it's like I don't know, it's a slight walkthrough on steroids, something like that. So you're not really using, a game planning day like you are like on Wednesday and Thursday, where there's a lot of hitting going on or some hitting going on and a little bit more closer to having a real practice. Friday and Saturday, it's just not. And that's why I think he has to go with Skyler. Yes, sir.
No, I just wanted to add on to that. I mean, you got to remember, again, Skyler is a 7th round draft pick.
I know.
You can't say, hey, we're going to plan for Teddy, and then we're going to throw you in here, and here's the game plan for you. It needs to be consistent of Skyler, you're getting a start, you're getting a start, you're getting a start. Teddy be the backup. You can't just pull him in and out and be like, hey, we got 2 game plans. If Teddy's cleared, we're doing this. But Skyler, be prepared because we're throwing you in if he can't go. You can't do that to a 7th round draft pick.
Right. And he didn't admit it today, but I can guarantee you that Send It to Win It will be activated.
Yeah.
Guaranteed. Send It to Win It will be activated. He'll be the 3rd quarterback and he'll be activated just so they can cover their asses, because you never know if the kid gets flustered out there. I don't think so, because Skyler doesn't look like that kind of kid. He looks like he's, he likes these kind of moments. It looks like he's a competitor, in other words.
Yeah, and then also
go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. We'll finish. I thought you were done.
No, go ahead. It's cool. Go ahead.
You also heard McDaniel say that his pec is feeling better. So there's other injuries on Teddy than just this concussion protocol.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. And if he has a pec injury and he doesn't have a strong arm as it is, that might be limiting his throws also. And so that's why I think Send It to Win It will be guaranteed activated in this one. No doubt. Tua will be in street clothes. He'll be there to provide support. Tua's not playing this week, as pretty much I've told you. And next week, that's when Tua will end up playing. Big O, you still going to question Tua and getting rid of the ball? Also, I'm getting annoyed with all these damn injuries to the same guys every year. It's all a frustration. Yeah, next week I'll be there for Tua's press conference, because he's not having one this week. But next week, I'm sure he'll talk on Wednesday, and I'm sure Sean and myself will be there on Wednesday. Oh, yeah, we will be. Actually, guaranteed. Guaranteed. Yes. Guaranteed. Yeah. I'm thinking of something there that I'll be doing, but yes. Big O, is X out or can't go? We'll find out. We'll find out. It says can't give full play. Justin Jefferson's going to have a new career game against RCBs, and that might be something more to worry about than Skyler starting. I mean, to extreme, that's obvious. That's not anything new, my brother. Of course you're going to worry about Justin Jefferson. That's part of the game. He's a young monster. I get that. And what are you going to do? The guy's going to play. You got to deal with it. What happened Sunday when Skyler had to play is described exactly what Big O said about these fans want Skyler and Teddy, and Skyler was lost. Exactly what happens when a rookie is forced to play. Yeah, that's why this week at least he'll have a game plan, and at least he'll kind of and they'll play it to his strengths and the things that he's comfortable with, and they'll try those things instead. It'll help him out a little bit. Big O going to lay it on Tua. Don't concuss him, LOL. Bro, it's not anything confrontational. It's not anything negative or anything. I just need to ask him the question that I'm not sure others are willing to ask him. That's all. Because I'm actually pretty positive that most people in the room will not ask it exactly the way I'm going to ask it. But it's not confrontational. I'm not going after Tua. Nobody's more supportive of Tua than I am. But it's something that I'd like to ask him because, it's a concern. And it's something that I'm gonna mention to him. Like, hey, I saw your video with the reporter, and you talked about how your dad gets livid on you taking hits. So if you don't respond to your dad, will you ever respond to, playing responsibly out there? So yeah, I need to be there for that because I have to phrase it in a way where maybe it'll get him to think. I don't know, because apparently nobody else is getting him to play that way. No one, not even his dad, that's why it makes me nervous. So I'll be there, but it's all from love. It has nothing to do with any kind of confrontation or anything, any crap like that. I just want the kid to get rid of the damn football. Greta this month, Big O. Hopefully we can link up. Well, I'll be at the Hard Rock one and at the Estero one. Okay. I wish I can go to the Ponte Vedra one. I went to that venue last time I went with that venue. I went with my boy Bill Preston. Rest in peace. Love you, brother. Miss you, man. I can't believe December 9th is right around the corner. It's going to be almost a whole year that we lost Bill, which is just crushing to me. Something I'll never recover from. It's the oddest thing is to lose your best friend that you've been, hanging out with for 40 years and doing anything and everything, going out everywhere and all that kind of stuff. And you mentioned concerts, and that's always going to remind me of Bill, and they're going to Ponte Vedra, and I went to see UFO. That was my last concert with him, and so I will be at the Greta concerts. I'll be at the Greta concerts. I'll be at the U2 concert, Iron Maiden concert. I'm sorry, not U2. Iron Maiden concert in Tampa, I believe. Be there for that. So yes. And I believe that I think the Greta one of the Greta ones is on a Saturday. So the second I'm done at walk-ons, I get in the car and I drive right to Estero to go see it. So Frankie, if you're going to be either at Fort Lauderdale or Estero, make sure you reach out to me on Twitter, on the DMs there. But I can't wait. Can't wait for Iron Maiden. Can't wait for my two Greta concerts. And I have the Reverend Horton. I'm going with my man Jeff Welt from Welt and Rayom Law Offices in Hollywood. Yes, sir.
Barry Jackson just sent out a tweet. Xavier Howard said he's feeling a lot better and will play on Sunday against the Vikings.
Okay. Now all we need now is to get Byron Jones back. So there you go. Hopefully he is healthy enough to hang in there with Justin Jefferson, because they're definitely going to need it. That's for sure. Let me see. Where is the Reverend Horton in Revolution Live, or is it at what's it called? over at Culture Room. I think it might be the Culture Room, actually. I don't know if any of you are going over to see the Reverend. But if you are going to see the Reverend at the Culture Room, I will be there. Checking it out. Let me see. Let me see if I got it right here. I think it is in the Culture Room where we're going to go see the Reverend. Let's see if I am correct. Yes. Friday, October 28th. All right. The Rubberneck Tour. The Toadies and the Reverend Horton Heat. Oh, and Nashville Pussy is opening up. So you got Nashville Pussy as the opener. Then you've got the Reverend Horton Heat. And then you got Toadies. So there you go. I will be at that concert at the Culture Room. I love the Culture Room. That is such a groovy place to see concerts. You can always enjoy a little concert at the Culture Room. And Nashville Pussy is there. Don't you guys want to see a little Nashville Pussy? They jam. You guys don't know about Nashville Pussy? Toadies are great, says Christopher Henry. And don't forget Nashville Pussy. The Reverend Horton Heat is fantastic. The Toadies are great. But don't you leave out Nashville Pussy. Saw the Lemonheads at the Revolution Live back in 94. Wow. What's that song that they had popular, the Lemonheads? Oh God. No, actually I'm confused. I was just thinking of one, but I think that's Prefab Sprout, not them. God, I'm trying to remember the Lemonhead song. Damn it. You got me there. I'm stuck. Anyway, you're right, Big O. Mrs. Robinson. Shame About Ray. Mrs. Robinson's cover exactly. You guys are good. You guys are good. William Youngblood says, I live near Nashville. I've seen them, not the band, though. You mean you haven't seen the band Nashville Pussy? What's wrong with you? It's a hell of a band. You're lacking, the proper pussy. You got to go check them out. What's wrong with you? I'll see you all there that Friday night. Don't pussy out. The NFL has now shown that they can directly and easily influence games by taking out a player for safety. Remind me again why I should be a fan. Well, perfect you. That is a question that you will start to lose fans, gambling, all that kind of stuff now. Gambling becomes a much bigger problem now for you. Because if you're going to get screwed because you've got spotters taking out people that should not be taken out, yeah, that's going to cause a problem in a big time way. So Samuel says, thank goodness X will be back on Sunday. We know he will be shadowing Justin Jefferson, or he will try to shadow Justin Jefferson because he has not played well lately. He has, here's the thing. This show, we stay in the honest zone. Okay. And maybe sometimes some of you out there may be a little pissed sometimes with me and when I'm a little too honest. But point is, X playing has not been a sure thing this year. He has been kind of a liability this year. He is not playing to his standard. He's not playing to his contract. And so while it's great to have him back, which one are we getting? Are we going to get the X from last year, or are we getting the X this year? The X this year is not impressive. The X this year is not earning his money. Emmanuel Agba, by the way, you, sir, are not earning your money. You wanted your contract. You busted your ass for your contract. Let's go. So some of these guys, they got paid and they want their money and they want their money and they want their money. Well, you got your money. Now, where's the production that goes with the money? So now he's dealing with injuries again, and he's not productive. So it's great to get him back because he's the best corner you have. He's one of the best corners that they've ever had. But which corner are we getting? Are we getting the 2022 version, or are we getting the 2021, 2020 version? Because those versions were better. You know, the guy that was chasing his money? Those were better versions of X. How about this one? Just saying. Arnaldo says, Big O, we should have traded X 2 years ago. We would have gotten a first round pick for him. Well, you know. But whatever. Hopefully he'll fix his issues physically and get back on track. Because if he doesn't, it does become a bit of a burden. Okay? Sean says, Big O, you called it this offseason before his deal. X got paid. The knees would go. Well, it's growing now, not knees. So we'll see. But these are things that's why I sometimes will say the things that a lot of people don't have the guts to say. They're afraid to say and that kind of stuff. And so that was my concern with X, because there's always, there was holdouts and you had the domestic issue, and then he's had several injuries and several knee scopes, and now we're dealing with a couple growing injuries. And, these are things that I've always kind of, been concerned with. And I hope that this is not something that lingers all year long. So we'll see. Kansas Young Circle, December 12th with Lou Graham. Yeah, we talked about it yesterday. Yep. We mentioned it yesterday. Kansas coming to town. I'm probably going to go to that concert. There's a good chance you'll see me there. Yeah. Lou is not the same anymore, but this version of Kansas, Ronnie Platt does an excellent job as the lead singer taking over for Steve. Obviously, nobody will ever be Steve, but Ronnie does a stupendous job of sounding very Steve-ish and providing impeccable vocals for Kansas. Again, you're not going to sound exactly like Steve, but Ronnie does a really, really good job. Ronnie used to be in a band that I like, that 99.8% of the world has no 99.999% of the world has no idea who the hell they are, and they're called Shooting Star. And their early stuff, I'm a real big fan of their early stuff. Their first album for me is just awesome. I love it. But anyway, he was part of their band. And so I kind of knew about him because I would follow Shooting Star casually. In the early days, I loved Shooting Star. Saw him several times at the Sporto, the Sunrise, and things like that back in the early 80s. But, Ronnie, that was a great pickup by Kansas. So I will be at that concert December 10th. Again, if you know you're at a show I'm at, give me a DM. Love to meet you. Love to always meet the people that watch the show, listen, support, visit our sponsors. Thank you all out there. So I'll be out there. Trade Howard and a second rounder for Pat Surtain Jr. I think that stuff now is close to done now. Now you've made your bed. He's over the hump now in years. You're on the back end now of this now. He would have to come up with an amazing turnaround in this season to then create that kind of value that you can do something really special with him that you could have done a couple years ago. Oh, if Skylar plays this Sunday, do they activate Easy E as it appears he's his favorite receiver? No. No, I don't think so. Unless there's more injuries at the wide receiver spot, but it looks to me like they have not activated him yet because they don't need him and he's probably not prepared, I would say. It's weird because he brings a dimension that you would like, the size and those kind of things, but it doesn't seem like he's in play at the moment. Like there's been no inkling that they're using him at all or anything like that. And if Tyreek is going to be out there, like you said, sans boot, then you're activating somebody that is, put it this way, Cedric has had trouble getting the ball a lot. Why? Because you have Tyreek and Waddle. So the third and fourth receivers aren't really going to get a lot of run. So they'll get a ball here or there or something like that. And the other day I had some guy complain about Cedric, and it was, you're complaining about a guy that they got that was going to be the number 2 wide receiver next to Waddle. But the problem is after they signed him, they had no idea that Tyreek would become available. Tyreek became available and they said, well, what are we going to do? We got to go after this guy. And then they knew that Cedric would become a little less useful, but they said, screw it. We need to get Tyreek, and I don't blame them. I commend them for getting Tyreek. I'm proud of them for getting Tyreek. Oh, what would you consider a cover band? If there's one original member, 3 or 4 new guys, is that a cover band? Well, no, I get what you're saying. Like, Sweet was still traveling around with their original bass player, so that basically became a cover band. You're right. Rat. Okay, so if Rat is touring around with Stephen Percy, are they a cover band because you don't have the rest of the guys? That's the question. And if I consider Rat, you got to have Warren DeMartini. I know they've used Carlos Carvalho and other guys. Carvalho was with, Quiet Riot back in the day and stuff like that. But for me, Rat is especially, we could talk about Blotzer and all the other guys from Rat, but you've got to have Warren DeMartini and Stephen Percy. But if you still have at least Stephen Percy, you have the Rat elements. But I think you become a cover band the second you don't have the horses that you're used to. So now let's have a little fun. Is Journey a cover band? Because you still have Neil Sean as the guitar, the original guy, all that stuff. And then you have Jonathan Kane, who's not an original. He came from the Babies. But he, in the era of a lot of their hits, Jonathan Kane has been a big part of a lot of their hits, right? So is Journey a really good cover band? Because Ariel sounds exactly like Steve Perry, pretty much. That is one cover band that I enjoy watching every single time. And I've seen Steve Perry with Journey and obviously Arnell now. So it all depends on how you look at it. Steve doesn't want to be a star anymore. He doesn't want to tour. So Journey's screwed. They actually find somebody that sounds pretty the closest you'll ever get to Steve Perry is Arnell Pineda. So are they a cover band or not? It all depends on how you look at it. You know, Foreigner with what's his name now? Now I'm forgetting the new singer's name for Foreigner. Anyway, he's replacing Lou Gramm. Is that a cover band? Kind of feels that way. Even if you have Mick Jones, still feels like it's a cover band. While this guy, and I'm forgetting his name now, does a great job, it's a cover band. It's a good sounding cover band because the lead singer does a really good job. He's got great energy. He's actually a really good front man. And I'm frustrated that I'm forgetting his damn name now. Leonard Skinner. It is the brother, right? You have Medlock there. You've got the guy that has the heart condition that takes nitro pills on stage at times. God, what's his name now? He's one of the originals also. You've only got a couple left, obviously. That one's a really good cover band also. You're getting a Van Zant, but it's not, it's not Ronnie. So then you're getting Donnie instead. I don't know. Big O Sports, please. Some of your listeners don't care about rock. Andy, my brother, do you see the title of the show? Do you know any of the rules on this show? There is one very important rule, and you are now on double secret probation. Don't ever break that rule again. I'm going to give you a break, a small break, okay? A small break. Don't ever tell me what to do. You are no one to tell me what to do or how to run my show, okay? When it's the Andy Rivas show, you do whatever the hell you want, okay? I'm completing 33 years. I don't need your help. You don't like it? Tune the fuck off. You got your one warning. Don't ever tell me what to do. I don't need your help. You don't like what I'm talking about? Turn it off. Switch. Get lost. Really simple. Okay? I talk about whatever the hell I want to talk about. I've earned that right. You've been warned. You're lucky you're not blocked. You're lucky. Gary Rosington, Rosington Collins Band. I'm a Southern rock guy. Loved Rosington Collins. That's it. And you're right, Gary Rosington. And I loved his band. That dude has had heart attacks on stage and takes nitro pills. That's a badass, dude. That's a badass. And then he stays on stage after the nitro works in, opens up the blood vessels and all that. He goes back to playing guitar. Oh, man. Yeah. Andy is lucky. Yep. He's incredibly lucky. Well, there we go. There we go. Bam. That's it, Andy. See ya. Have a great life, Andy. Appreciate you, brother. There you go. When you got your own show, then you can do whatever you want. But on this show, people wanted to ask me about rock, and you got people responding. Obviously, others want to hear it. This isn't, if I talk about Inter Miami and you don't like it, get the hell out of here. Don't care. If I'm talking Panthers and you don't like it, leave. That's it. It's a sports show. It's a guy show. It's all kinds of talk. I might talk about life. I might talk about crypto. I might talk about sports. It is what it is. You got to take everything that comes with it. I could be talking about dogs. We could be talking about red light therapy. I could be telling you get your alarm system from, of course, Alarmo and Sloman's Home Shield. And by the way, we'll give you a free doorbell camera when you call 1-800-ALARM-ME. It's 1-800-ALARM-ME. They've been proud sponsors of our program now. This is the second year that Sloman's is with us. And folks, when you call them and you use our professional installation and our low-cost central station monitoring, you're going to get an LED touchscreen pad, a motion detector, 3 arm doors, and a backup battery. How about that? Can't beat that. Tell them that Big O sent you. They will take care of you. 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. Queen was touring with the new kid. He's I like what's his name? Damn it. Guy from American Idol. He does a really good job. I like him. I forgot the damn kid's name. Got that high-pitched voice. He can he's a screamer. He can do it. December 10th, Carlos, is the Kansas concert. The Leonard Skinner story is very sad, Big O. Yes, it is. And you should watch the Adam Lambert. Thank you. Thank you. And he puts on a great show, Adam Lambert. That version of Queen, I've seen it twice. Here at the BB&T and at over in at did I say it at Madison Square Garden? Yes, Madison Square Garden is where we saw it. Hell of a show. Let's see. What do we have here? Big O is taking Andy out of the chat for safety reasons, according to the spotter. Yes. Jaffrard says, saw Rat opening for Judas Priest here in Puerto Rico. Rat was out of DeMartini, was without DeMartini, is meh. Exactly. Exactly. Oh, but Jaffrard, we can't be talking rock. You know, Andy Rivas is not happy with us talking rock. Journey hasn't released any new music in decades, so I would consider them a cover band. Tony, they just released a new album. Seriously. They just released a new album. They have a new song out and everything. They have a new album, and they took out an album with Arnell a couple of years ago also. My brother, if you don't follow them, I get it. It's cool. Don't just, they don't take out any new music. They just did. It's actually not a bad song. It's a pretty good song. I forgot the name of it, but it's out there. If you want, just put New Journey song on Google and it'll come out, my brother. But that's funny. I consider them a cover band. They don't take out any music in years. Well, in fact, they just took out an album, and then they just took out they had another album out a couple years ago with Arnell. I don't know. It was like maybe 5-7 years ago or whatever, a few years back. That's funny. Do I have a vinyl record collection? Yes, I do. Yes, I definitely do. I have a vinyl record collection. I have and some of you, actually, one of our listeners, God, see, I can't remember all the listeners and every present that I get from a listener, but one of the listeners gave me brought me Led Zeppelin albums to one of our appearances a couple years back. Really cool. So I've got that, but I have a whole bunch of other records that I've had for years. And I haven't been buying a lot of new records. I have a couple that I've bought, but those are part of like a fan club thing, or maybe like a U2 one or something like that I got, but not a lot of them that I've gotten recently. And but I do have a whole ton that are also old. I still have my cassettes collection too. I have a whole bunch of cassettes. Not that they're going to be any good, but so Journey did release an album, puts Giovanni. The way bands come out with music is so much different than back in the day. Digital world has changed the industry. Yes, it has. Skylar needs to manage the game, not make mistakes, and hope the run game gets going. All true, sir. Big O, did you ever play Guitar Hero? Yes, I did, and I suck at it. Okay. God, I suck at it. And I really wanted to get good at Guitar Hero. My daughter got she does the expert shit, I do like the first level, and then I started on the second level, but I really could never master I suck, dude. I suck. I'm terrible. I tried, man. I'll do it for fun and all that. It's kind of like my golf game. I'll go with you. I'll go out in the foursome and go have fun and whack the ball all over the place. I'm not taking it serious. Okay? You guys want to, play for money and all that. I'm not doing that. No. Here, I'll put a couple bucks in for the beer. I'll get everybody a cigar, and there you go. That's my money. There you go, guys. Have some fun. I'm not here to challenge anybody because I'm not going to be able to do it. Now, if we're playing mini golf, putt, I'm going to kick your ass in that. I don't know why. I'm an ass kicker in mini golf, but I can't play regular golf. So yeah, my guitar is like my golfing. It sucks. Holy moly. Will cassettes make a comeback? Yeah, I don't think so. Latest album I have is The War on Drugs. He is so good, dude. But he's also very odd. He is one of the oddest frontmen I have ever seen in my life. I've seen The War on Drugs in concert a couple times. And it's almost like it's like he doesn't like facing the crowd. He plays a lot with his back to the crowd and stuff. It's really weird, man. But he is talented. He is talented. I do like The War on Drugs. They're pretty cool. You could tell there's like a Tom Petty influence in his music. What's his name? It's like with a V or something, right? Or what's that guy's name now? Oh, man. Let's see. Adam Granduciel. There you go. Granduciel. I don't know why. You know what it is? It was one of their albums. That's what it was that I thought. Right? It's with, I want to say their albums. Let me look at their discography. That's probably what I thought when I'm thinking of V. Let me see. Am I wrong here? Don't know why. I was thinking of something like that. But anyway, nope. But he is an odd dude. Odd dude, but very talented. I like him. Any 8 tracks? No, I did not hang on to my 8 tracks. Big O, were you ever a video game guy? Yeah, dude, Nintendo and Atari. That like the early games, yes. The Madden and all that other stuff that you guys play now, never. I don't play Madden or FIFA or any of that. Xbox and PSP, PS2, whatever I don't any of those. No. My daughter has a Wii. I think it's still connected. I played a little bit of Wii with her, but that's it. I'm the Atari Nintendo guy. That's what I'm old, man. I'm old. Although there are plenty of gamers that are my age or just slightly younger than I am. So, yeah, in television. There you go. There you go. I'm hoping I get to see Iron Maiden in Pennsylvania. Hopefully they come soon. Well, they'll be here this month. Thank God. Tampa, which means I'll get to see Iron Maiden a second time because they'll come back to South Florida. They will probably end their tour here. So that'll be cool. By the way, when sports and business collide, we like doing something called the KSDT Sports Business Report. We talked about it yesterday. Roger Goodell talked about possibly not one, not two, but maybe possibly a division in Europe, which that's what I said for years now, that you need several teams and a neutral practice field site for the teams visiting so they can stay there for a couple of weeks, play the team in London, play the team in Barcelona, then travel back. Then another time you go and you're playing the team in, let's say, Paris, and maybe you're playing them in Berlin. Okay? So you have Paris, Berlin, Barcelona, and London, a division like that, and then you have a independent. Well, coming off of that conversation from yesterday, the New York Giants' 27-22 win over the Packers was also a new viewership record for international games in-house for NFL Network. The second international series game of the 2022 season at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium reached 5.5 million viewers across TV and digital platforms, a 55% year-over-year viewership increase on the New York Jets versus the Falcons game on the same venue in 2021. Interestingly, the audience figures do not include in-market figures for New York or Milwaukee, where the game was broadcast via local affiliates, which of course would jack the hell out of that number. The game also generated an average minute audience of 299,000 across the NFL digital platforms, including an NFL Plus streaming service of 22% on the Jets-Falcons game, the highest ever an AMA for an international series. The next exclusive NFL Network live game broadcast in the league's inaugural regular season game in Germany between Tampa and Seattle at Allianz Arena in Munich on November 13th is the next one. The thirst for American football internationally is growing in a big time way. The way it's grown here for international soccer. You know, I was getting off the air the other day, and I remember some guy posted, "Oh, soccer will never catch on to this country." And I'm like, yo, dude, what are you watching? Like, what's wrong with you? Like, the Premiership is on all the time, and Serie A. They're on NBC. They're on national television. They're on ESPN. They're on Fox. They're on major programs. And the MLS is up to a point where they're averaging per game more than the NBA and the NHL per game in attendance. I'm sorry. What are you watching? Now, is the MLS anywhere near basketball or football? No, of course not. We know that. It's a niche sport here. But it's certainly caught on. Internationally, people love soccer. Americans are climbing on board with international soccer. Now, are they as crazy about MLS soccer? No, of course not. But anybody that says that soccer hasn't grown, just go look at the telly. It's all over the telly here in this country. It's on prime time, Saturdays and Sundays. You see games like where you would normally watch American sports. You're watching soccer, football. Anybody that says soccer hasn't grown in this country, you got to be stupid, dude. We're approaching, 30 teams now? Well, no, it is 30 teams now, right, in the MLS? There's 30 teams. Now, is it where the big ones are? No, of course not. But there's a crowd for it. And you watch Miami making the playoffs now. Inter comes back next year and they go again and go to the playoffs and they start doing this on a consistent basis, which they will. It was the inevitable. Jorge Mas wasn't going to buy a team and lose. That's not in his DNA. Okay, they screwed up, all that stuff, fine, whatever. We all screw up. He'll figure it out, dude. And you're going to watch that place is going to get packed. So it's growing. And the thirst for American football is growing overseas in the same fashion. People in Europe, the more they get the NFL, the more they fall in love with our sport. So you can bet your ass that a division is coming. It's there. They're selling the products. All the games that go there are sold out. The fanaticism is amazing. Our Dolphin London fans, because I can't talk about, fans in England of other NFL teams because I don't deal with them. But I deal with our folks here. Where's right there, Fins Nation UK. Right there, we got it. See it? We got some, and there's a couple of those fan bases over there. They're fanatical about our Dolphins. Freaking fanatical. Constantly asking me questions. They're either on YouTube, on Twitter, and it is a great fan base. Our sport is growing there just as much. You bet your ass it's coming. That's our KSDT Sports Business Report.
This has been the KSDT Sports Business Report. KSDT CPA is one of South Florida's largest and one of the country's fastest growing accounting firms. KSDT is recognized by Forbes as one of the top tax and accounting firms for 2022. KSDT CPA is a full service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit online at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370.
Big O, should we be concerned about the women's soccer losing 2 games in a row? Well, Frankie, it's that the rest of the world caught up. We were abusing everybody because they were behind. You know how we are behind in soccer to the world? And we need to catch up to England and Argentina and Germany and Spain and all the powerhouses in soccer, and we've got to catch up because we're behind. Well, we were way ahead of everybody on the women's side. But now everybody else has kind of put effort into their women's, and that's why it's not nearly as easy. And that's why now they are beatable at times. Yeah, man, you got to give credit to other people. So it's not so much that we should be concerned. It's just that the playing field is getting leveled. And it wasn't leveled before. Basketball, it's gotten more leveled. We're still the best in basketball, but you have to admit now there are some teams that you're like, okay, you got to give them some respect because they can give you a little bit of a run. And it happens. So the rest of the world has caught up to United States women's soccer. And that's really what's happening. It's not that our girls aren't as good or whatever. No, our girls are fantastic. But we've got to also, you got to tip your hat to everybody else and say, okay, they did their part to catch up. International games create an uneven playing field for teams that have to go, just like 2 teams get to start the season with a Thursday night game and then have no short week. It's just part of the game. Well, that's why I keep saying you got to have 2 bye weeks. That way, anybody that plays on a Thursday has a bye week before that, and anybody that plays in Europe has a bye week after that. That's how you've got to treat it. That's all. I used to live next to AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas, and I would go into Buffalo Wild Wings next to the stadium and make them change it to the Dolphins game. LOL. That's awesome. That's awesome. Perfect Q. Big O, if you're a coach, how would you change NFL practices with the ones now that you are the third string QB? Can your starter wait a minute. Big O, if you're a coach, how would you change NFL practices with the ones now that you're third string QB? Can you be your starter out of nowhere? You can't. And your third string QB, Perfect Q, is not somebody that ever, your backup is not really going to bail you out. There aren't 32 good ones. There's maybe 15, 16 good ones, right? And then after that, it's a crapshoot. And then when you get to the backup, and if we get to the third quarterback, it's a mess. It doesn't really matter. And you don't have enough practice time to put everybody through reps, unfortunately. Because you need the first team offensive line there. First group of receivers and running backs. So you're going to give your starters the proper reps they need to get ready. And then what do you do with your second and your third? And you can't wear out the starters. And that's where that creates a problem for continuity and chemistry. It's tough. It's not an easy decision, but it's not really going to change much. Then I tell you guys throughout the offseason, it's either two or you're screwed. Okay? Teddy might keep you afloat for a game or two. He's not going to keep you alive for a season. It's not who he is. And you can't ask Skyler to do it. So I keep telling you guys, don't worry so much about this. Worry about the starter. That's the guy we need. Okay? That's the difference maker out of the group. I was watching some Heat preseason game the other day, and I was taken back by how many threes we launched. It's basically 90% threes. It was boring. Well, that's the game now. That's the game. Juice F5, thank you for the love in the super chat. He says, last time I remember going through as many QB injuries in one season was 93, Marino, Mitchell, Peterson, DeBerg. Let's hope this season isn't a repeat. Wow, I remember that. Hell, didn't DeBerg also come in and then get knocked on his chin and he had to get it banded up because he had some stitches and all that? DeBerg. He was so good with play action. He was a master at hiding the football. Steve DeBerg was never a great quarterback. He was one of those journeyman quarterbacks, backup, lifer, great guy with his brain because he knew the game and all that stuff. But one of his strengths was ball handling. Peyton Manning was fantastic at that. How he could make it look like he handed it off and he doesn't have the ball and it would freeze linebackers and all. That's all you need. You just need to freeze them for half a second, make them think, hesitate. Toast. Because that's this league. I just need you to give me a couple feet. Just give me a yard. I always describe this when I say college quarterbacks, they throw through sliding glass windows, right? So if you've got a sliding glass door when you go out to your backyard or pool or whatever, big old glass door you open up, right? Those are the kind of windows that you throw in college. You know what it is in the NFL? It's a bathroom window. It's a small little window. Remember that throw that Tua made in between four guys to Tyreek, but it was the first window was closed on that route, and it was the second window that they threw it to. But it's just a millisecond that it's open. And if you don't get it timing-wise right in that millisecond, it's a turnover. That's the difference of the game from one level, to another. So it's just when you talk about those kind of things. Yeah, I hope this is not that kind of season. I'm just hoping that we get the guy back next week, okay, and move on, and hopefully get rid of the ball, Tua, please. Big O, why Dieter's not starting over Liam? Maybe he's not impressing. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, dude. I have no idea. But that is one of the changes that I'd like to try. May not work, but I kind of get the feeling that Dieter is ready to break out. Giovanni says Steve DeBerg, yes, the stitches on the chin. Yeah, I remember that. That big old white thing, and then he had the chin strap on top of that. These are things that you remember, and just stupid little things that just never leave your memory. I remember DeBerg used to kill the Finns when he was KC, faking it to Okoye. Well, you got to make sure Okoye didn't have it. Christian Cortez says, I learned something new every day with Big O, LOL. I don't know what I taught you, but I hope it's something that was actually worth using. Shula broke the most wins record with Peterson. Yes, 325. Yes, sir. Against the Eagles. You are correct, Thomas. You are correct. DeBerg versus New England, I believe it happened. Yeah. Scott Mitchell was the best backup, got a huge payday. No. Uh-uh. The best backup is Earl Morrall because he got you to a Super Bowl and then handed the keys over to Greasy and said, here, you take over. And Greasy took over there in the playoffs, and the rest is history. So Earl Morrall gets the nod as the greatest Dolphins backup quarterback. The second greatest backup quarterback is Don Strock. Yeah. Scott Mitchell is not in the conversation as the best backup quarterback or the second. He might be in the conversation as the third best backup quarterback in the history of the Miami Dolphins. Chad Pennington was not a backup, so we can't do that. Fitzpatrick, they brought him in to start and then back up after Tua. That was kind of the plan. Damon Heward was a serviceable backup. Matt Moore was a serviceable backup. Oh, wait a minute. Bernie Kosar was a backup, wasn't he? Yeah. Yeah, Bernie did a little backing up, I think. You might be right. It's a pretty good one there. Yeah. So maybe Bernie's number 3. Then you've got to go between Matt Moore and Scott Mitchell and, those kind of guys. DeBerg. It's a group, but Morrall and Strock are heads and shoulders above all the backups in the history of the Miami Dolphins. It's really, we're all going to get into a pissing contest of, no, I'd rather have DeBerg. No, I'm going to take Fitz. No, I'm going to take Moore. No, I'm going to take Scott Mitchell. So I don't know which one would be. It's a fight for number 3. Anybody going to argue with me on this one? Am I wrong here? Right? It's Morrall and Stroker, and then we can start to argue who's the number 3. Am I wrong here? Am I forgetting? David Woodley was not a good quarterback. Can I stay consistent as hell here? David Woodley is Ryan Tannehill, Lamar Jackson, these guys that are athletes still trying to play the quarterback position. See what I'm saying? And and David Woodley, rest in peace. We love you, all that good stuff. You help him get it but he was an athlete that ran around. He was a mediocre passer. So I'm going to stay consistent. Okay? Let's see what else. Joey Harrington was not. No. Actually, it was Stroker called the no spike play. He's the one that called the no spike play on the fake spike play on the sidelines. If Mitchell doesn't get hurt, we make the playoffs. I don't know. Don't know. Teddy can be ready as soon as this Thursday, but Tua can't even though he started concussion way before. No, Teddy can start to practice tomorrow on a limited basis. And Tua is starting the limited workout now. Okay, I normally don't do this, but we're already at the end of this, towards the end of the show. Let me do this again and let me repeat, because I seem to be the only one in the country that reads through all the bullshit and tells you exactly what's going on. The Dolphins have found out now that the spotter cost them Teddy Bridgewater for 2 weeks. Because basically, he was out for that game, which he shouldn't have been out. And now that he's in the protocol, he can't even do the regular football work. And when he starts, it's light workouts tomorrow. So there aren't, in a light workout, it doesn't get him prepared for the Vikings game plan. So now they're forced to start Skylar Thompson. So this is why you just heard Tua's going to start practicing light this week, because what Teddy's doing now to be cleared for next week is what they want to do with Tua now, so he's cleared for next week and playing against the Steelers, because they don't want to go a third game without Tua, because they know that they'll keep losing games without Tua. Get my drift? So now they're playing the game. They're going, okay, so this bullshit goes on for 2 weeks now. Okay, so we're not, let's get, if Tua was ready to go last week, let me just tell you. Okay? They won't tell you, they won't admit it, but he cleared everything. In a normal world, they would have played his ass last week. But because of optics, I don't know, there's a sports talk show host somewhere in the country that was telling you that they would play him against Pittsburgh and give him the 24 days off because it's all about optics. And so now that you know what the optics you're dealing with and the rules you're dealing with, you're not going to start working him out lightly next week, because then you got to hold him out for another week. So now he'll practice lightly today and throughout the week, and they'll say, oh, he's been great. He has no setbacks. Boom. On Monday, when McDaniel has his press conference, he'll tell you, well, he'll continue to practice and we will see. We'll ratchet it up and we'll see how he performs, yada, yada, yada. And he's playing on. So that's what's going on. Okay? Relax. I know how they play this game. I can read through the BS. And will continue to read through the BS for you. Okay? Not only is Morrow the best offense backup, but he is generally regarded as the best backup in the league ever. Well. Can I challenge? 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 It's a Hostetler. It's a Hostetler. Jeff Hostetler came off the bench and won the Super Bowl. That, my friends, is the best backup in the history of the game, not Earl Morrall. Because Earl Morrall did phenomenal, because he took you right to the playoffs and then handed the keys to Greasy, and then he finished the job off. Phil Simms was out. It's a Hostetler. Picked it up and went all the way and won the Super Bowl. So I have to give it to the backup that won the trophy. Literally. What do you think? What do you think? No, but Steve Young was a backup and then got a chance to start on his own. I'm talking about the only way you can do as a backup is if you took over for a guy. Nick Foles. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Only problem is that Hostetler was probably still better than Foles after Hostetler got a chance to start on his own. So I'll go slightly Hostetler over Foles. My point is Hostetler and Morrow are actually legitimate NFL starters that were backups, whereas Nick Foles was a backup quarterback that got lucky and got hot one year. So that's, you know what I mean? It's kind of what it is. Nick Foles was just a guy, a backup quarterback, whatever. But Hostetler actually ended up starting after that. And Earl Morrow was a starter before he got to the Dolphins. Hell, he got to the Super Bowl. You know? So I will go, it's a Hostetler. Tom Brady. No, that's the best one ever. You got it, Pat in Asheville. Because Bledsoe got injured, right? Linebacker knocks his ass out. Who was the linebacker that knocked him out? Was it Jones? Was it the Florida State linebacker? Who was the linebacker that knocked out Bledsoe? But that's a great that's actually the best one. No, he's the best one. Because he's just like Hostetler and Morrow, except at another level. He was a starter, that was a backup, and then Bledsoe gets injured. Brady takes over, wins the Super Bowl, and then wins 6 more. So, nope. Pat in Asheville's got it. Pat in Asheville's got it.
It was Mo Lewis.
Mo Lewis. I knew it was a Jets linebacker, but I thought it was Jones, not Lewis. Mo Lewis. There you go. How about that? Mo Lewis. But that's it. Pat in Asheville. It's over. There's no more discussion. That we can't make a case for anything else. The dude nailed it. It's Tom Brady. He was the greatest backup ever. So the guy has 2 titles now. He has the title as the greatest backup quarterback ever to come off the bench. And then he's the greatest quarterback ever. That son of a bitch. Damn it. Damn it, Brady. The hell is wrong with you? Can't believe it. Somebody sent in a super chat. Oh, yeah. True Fin Fan. Let's see what happens when the protocol affects Brady, Mahomes, or Allen in the playoffs. Let's see if the Shield pulls that crap. Oh, you know they won't. You know they won't. Come on, man. You know? Give Nick Foles his respect. He destroyed Tom Brady. I'll go with the defense destroyed Tom Brady. I got your super chat, Fin Fan. I'm sorry. I did get it. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Big O, you are an absolute fountain of knowledge. Thanks for the information. Yeah, well, I've been called a fountain of a lot of crap. Never knowledge. But I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take fountain of knowledge, even if it's a lie. I'll take it. All right, good day today. We find out that Tua's returning. Omar Kelly is returning. On the day that we find out Tua's returning, Omar Kelly is returning to the platform. He will make his, I don't know, do we call it a debut or do we call it I don't know, what a return, right? That's what we call it, right?
Comeback.
Don't call it a comeback. That's it. I've been here before. That's right. So LL Cool Kelly will be back next week. LL Cool Kelly is hard as hell. Battle anybody, I don't care. You tell, I excel. They all fell. Anyway, so we will have Omar Kelly returning next week. How about that? He returns next week, the week that Tua returns to kick Flo's ass. And Flo is Omar's buddy. Omar carries around a picture in his wallet of him and Flo hugging after I Am Athlete. I mean, this is, think about it. Think about all the storylines we're going to have next week with Omar, right? That is awesome. I think we got to, you know what? We got to create, and should we call it the weirdo segment with Omar Kelly? Because, since he called Tua a weirdo, we got to come up with a creative open for Omar. Something. So there you go. Next week. How about that? The platform grows again. How about that? Added fantasy football. We added Kane's pre and post. We had a Kane show. I thought Mike McCoy had a terrific show yesterday. I thought our State of Florida gridiron roundtable last night was fantastic overall. We just keep adding and adding and adding. It's a beautiful thing, man. Omar's only coming back because Flo is back in town. LOL. What do you got, Sean?
Adam Schefter put out a stat, and it's not Dolphins related, but for the first time in his career, Chiefs QB Patrick Mahomes is a home underdog. Mahomes has been favored in his first 41 home games, including the playoffs, the longest streak to begin a career in the Super Bowl era.
So they're playing what, the Eagles or something? Who are they playing? I don't even know.
My monitor froze up. I was trying to bring up the game as you called me.
Okay. Who the hell are they playing this week? They must be on the road also. Or no, is this home? They're a home dog, you said?
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh.
That's impressive.
They've got the Bills. The Bills are favored by 3.
Okay, well, that makes sense. Okay. And they don't have Tyreek, who was the guy that tortured the Bills.
Yeah.
So, okay. All right.
And also, Ian Rappaport put out earlier that the Seattle game might have to be moved to 5:20 because the Seattle Mariners playoff game is being played during that time. So the NFL is going to back up the Seattle game if it ends up falling in that time frame, depending. I guess it's like game 5 if needed.
Okay, I see. And what if it goes to extra innings?
Sorry, game 3 if need, game 4 if needed, because that'd be they're 5 games.
Like the game on Saturday got pushed to ESPN News because nobody could score runs in that game, and it was like it went to like the 14th inning or something like that. It was crazy, man. Baseball. What are you gonna do? All right, let's wrap it up here on the show. The only thing weirder than Tua is Omar Weirdo takes on Tua. Wow, that's just weird all over. He knows Brandon Marshall can't give him what we give him. That's exactly it. You nailed it, sir. You nailed it. Okay? You absolutely nailed it. It's a beautiful thing. All right. We thank Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. We thank, of course, Ian Rappaport and Matt Verderam. We thank all of you out there, as always, for tuning in. And if you sent in a super chat, thank you. If you sent in a donation through Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show, thank you very much. Please visit our sponsors. Appreciate all of you. We will see you all tomorrow live from Hialeah Park, baby, in the afternoon, 3 to 6 p.m. You all be good out there. Much love.